Okay. I'm actually a little late. I was supposed to go live around 5 or 5:30 because there are some African women that want to call in and their time zone is different. So I am praying to God some of them still call in. We shall see what happens, okay? I don't know for sure who's going to call in, but I've reached out to some African women, and some of them have emailed me sharing some tea, some stories and stuff, and some have said that they're going to call in today. All right, let me see what y'all are saying. Locked Honey Princess is here. Thank you, Jesus. I have been waiting because I want you to call in. And I do have your picture so they can see, you, if you don't mind. Okay. So let's get this started. I might have some African women from England call in and from Africa. So I might let some African American or American black women call in. I just want the majority to be African women. Now, if you are an American black woman and you've dated some African men, I don't mind you calling in as well. But I definitely do want to first hear from a lot of African women. Let me get my thoughts straight because, like I said, I'm late doing this, so I'm not as organized. So give me a quick little second, okay? So this is part two to Nekisha, one of my most epic lives that I did. Nekisha, I have to say this. You did sound like a sweet woman. I know your heart and mind was in the right place. You did say some ignorant things. You did. Some people deem you a racist. And but you want Nekisha, those who missed it. You are, I'm assuming, an African American woman. I will, your favorite bed wench. I will be getting another moderator. You are Nekisha, African American, 45, no children, in spiritual. You want to go to Africa, and you said that that is the answer for the American black woman, pro black ones. Okay, those that actually would travel across seas just to get a black man. So like I said, pro black. I use the word want to go to Africa because after speaking to you, I'm able to see you ain't really got it all planned or figured out what you're going to do. Okay, I heard the dreamer type of talk. Most people felt that you were delusional with some things that you said. So this isn't a roast towards you. I said to myself, you know what? Yeah, I've dated two African men. Some of them like me. But who better to talk about Africa? It's not time to call in yet. I have some things to say. I'll put the number up when I'm ready for the calls to come in. Who better to talk about African culture, African men and women, what goes on, than African women? So we're going to hear some of what they have to say. Now let me, I got my little notes. Now I had 3 write me yesterday. Where is it at? I have printed out what they told me about African men, that from their tribe, ethnicity, or whatever. When I'm done taking the calls, I will read you what they told me. So I want to address something too to a hater that I had under that Nekisha video. I'm going to use you as an example for anybody that tries me again. Because, thank you, Luke, I've had this happen before. This man who said, "You're an immigrant, Cerebral. Why are you talking about African American issues? We don't want y'all." That's what he said yesterday. And I had to correct his ass. Let me make something clear. I said half. That's the key word. Okay? My mother is American. My great grandma's mama's mama or her mama was a slave in the South. My uncles that had hundreds of acres of land in the South. Slaves. I have American slave ancestry on my mother's side. My mother raised me basically. Yes, I knew my father. My father was raised in America. His parents came from Jamaica. Yes, I claim my Jamaican ancestry as well, but I was raised American. My experience is American. I was raised by my mama. I don't have no immigrant experience. Unfortunately, I don't know all of the Jamaican culture. Yes, I love Caribbean food and Jamaican food, Trinidadian food. Okay? I'm a part of the black race, so I can talk about what I know. And I've been brought up and raised here amongst you African American men. And most of y'all don't even know if we all Caribbean or not. And some of you do, which, you know what? So don't nobody come for me. Okay? I wasn't even raised by the Jamaican side. Yes, I claim my ancestry. Yes, I know some of my relatives. Some who live in England, some who go to Jamaica, have their accent still. Who I'm working on building a relationship with. But don't come for me like that, okay? And as far as not wanting us, bitch, please. I see y'all black African American men on the E. coli, on allhiphop.com making your threads about how fine you think Caribbean women are, exotic and shit. And the truth is, we do have some of the most exotic women. The most exotic women is everywhere, but it's a full amount in the Caribbean. You're going to see all types of shit. Very dark skin, long ass wavy hair, green eyes, hazel eyes, all types of features all over the fucking place. All types of shit and features you don't expect to see. Beautiful and shit all throughout the fucking Caribbean. Jamaica, Trinidad, Haiti, Dominican Republic. Yes, that's Caribbean. Martinique, Guadalupe, Dominica. You know, some of the islands y'all don't even hear about. St. Lucia. And you will be amazed at the fucking black women you see. We're known to be some of those beautiful fucking women. So shut your ass up. I have stories of some of y'all African American men getting all happy and shit, finding out I ain't no straight up African American. Because y'all prejudiced and shit. And you like certain features. So Negro, stop lying. We know the truth and the tea. And I will be talking about 50 Cent's insults to a number of black women, but not in this video today. And my version of what's exotic ain't even the same as everybody else's. Just because somebody, I'll get into that. People throwing that word around a little bit too much, in my opinion. Okay. So, hey, yes, your favorite bad wench. Yes. But yeah, and my family, like a lot of black people's family up in here. I have some family members whose dad or was Caribbean descent as well. I have some who got Puerto Rican and Hispanic descent. I got some who got Creole descent because we ain't all sharing the same fathers. We got different shit going on. But most of my immediate family would be called African American or whatever, or identify as that. So, whatever. Like I said, my mama, I can claim it. I have American slave ancestry on my mother's side. Okay, so now I address that. So Nekisha, I hope Nekisha, I should have wrote you. Because I want you to see this, what the African women say. Yes, Dream Girl, black women, I didn't like how black women started calling random half something women exoticals. I'm like, that don't make you exotic. It's about features to me. And you don't, not all of them are exotic and all that. Black women were always and still are considered exotic in other nations. Okay, and it's seen as a compliment being called exotic, we know it. But black women, a very large percentage, are exotic. When I was younger, when I used to see white men call a black woman, she was so exotic. In a film, she was always a dark-skinned black woman. So I don't, exotic to the black man, y'all know what it is. Notice you don't hear a lot of men not black always using that word all the time. At least in America now. If you go outside of it, yeah. So, okay. So I'm hoping that, I'm looking at my notes, I'm hoping that Nekisha sees this, because it's time our African sisters speak, and they are. They write me. And it was an epic live. Again, she thinks the answer for the black women who have reached the point of despair and frustration with these African American men: go and pack your stuff and move over to the continent of Africa. And I said, well, why don't you just date an African man in America? There's plenty of them. Not only that, I was concerned for her. At her age 45, she revealed, okay, she could, that's the key word, which let me know she ain't got it figured out. She could go in a year or two. You'll be hitting 47, 48. African men might want a family if he didn't make one, and if he will consider marrying you. I don't consider 45 old. I really don't. But in other cultures, it is to some. And if he wants kids and all that, and you said God will be the one to decide, that can be true. But on average, it gets harder the older a woman gets to have children. But most of all, my biggest concern for a lot of black women, look, I already said you can date black men, date every fucking man. Some of y'all don't want to deal with them at all. It's all different. I want the best for a black woman to be happy. Some African men are good and some aren't, but I think you would be insane to want to go. If you ain't even researched the culture, just because you are black doesn't mean they're going to love you or like you more. Now, there's a lot more unity now between Africans and African Americans, black American people. But I've seen it in New York City. Some of them, whether they are East or West African, don't fuck with African Americans, some of them. I heard the African man say, I'm not your damn brother, when a black man said that. And I was shocked at the time. I couldn't believe it, because I thought, they all like black people. And you later find out that's not true. A lot of them stay to themselves. They have their own gangs in New York where they beat up each other. There's a lot of tribalism and ethnicity wars in America and outside of it. Hence, and someone said to me, oh, Cerebral, basically you trying to hold a grudge against Africa for slavery, but you don't talk about the white man and others. Yes, I do in some of my videos. I don't excuse everything that's happened in history, but you know how I feel? It's worse when your own fucks you over. Yes, you damn right I'm pissed about it, because with those, I have a lot of sympathy, empathy, and care for African women, because they're in the situation they in on a global scale because of their men. The same as over here with black women. They fucked up the race with that slavery shit. They set up the race back. That's how I feel. I got a right to be pissed about it. Y'all should be pissed. Instead, y'all want to throw it all away and think you're going to jump over, go to Africa. You just going to come up there and take some of them women men. And you ain't down to convert to his religion, practice polygamy. Some of y'all, and FGM, all that stuff, which is all throughout Africa. I feel a lot are delusional. Just because they got this thing about utopia shit. Y'all don't see, I read about shit that goes on in Africa. Some parts is nice, but you got some parts I wouldn't dare step foot in. Shit. You think you gonna walk up, and not only that, you think you gonna escape colorism? That shit is all over Africa. Now, it might benefit you if you don't look straight up African. It's not just based on colors, based on your features. It might help you land a man if they can tell you ain't from that tribe, or you more mixed looking to them. That's sad. Someone brung up, I don't have the picture, the Congolese dandies. I saw the video. Living in filth, literally. But yet the dandy African Congo men, they got Gucci, Ralph Lauren. I don't know if it's bootleg or not, but they dressing their ass off. Some of them got multiple women because it's about who's the best dressed man. And they're literally walking down the street with trash everywhere, but got on a fucking suit from Ralph Lauren and stuff, and walking with cigarettes like this. I'm that shit. I'm that bitch. Feminine, ain't building up the Congo, but they said they take great pride in they find put together men that gonna buy up all these name brand outfits just to literally walk down the street with his head held high, because they're so damn poor they need to feel like they're something instead of building up the damn place. So yes, I heard about the Congo dandies. That shit was embarrassing. Now, it ain't all a utopia, and I'm going to show you that. I'm going to talk for about 10 more minutes because I know some African women outside of America have a different time. And I will read some stuff. Okay. All right now. I want the African women to tell us the real deal. Nekisha, at the end of the day, you are still my sister. And I don't usually always use that word. I do not like some of the things you said. That was ignorant. And you offended some white men and women probably, saying some of that whole genetic stuff. That's that stuff them pro-blacks say. At the end of the day, you want to go to Africa? Keep us updated. I wish you luck. But I'm going to show you some stuff, and any black woman that's living in La La Land, about Africa, the continent, not the country. You know, some people still think it's a country. And I have a lot of questions for when you African women, when you call up, things I need to know about, and others who are curious. Okay? If you want to go there, research the laws regarding women. Is there a police force? What's the rights of women? What's the cost of food? Tanya TKO went to a part of Africa, or some other woman I saw, a pack of cheese was $17 damn, because certain things are not imported there a lot. I'm not paying $17 for some slices of cheese. That's crazy. Find the rent. Find out the rent. What is the average marriage age? Do they believe in child marriage? Do they practice FGM when they cut off your damn clit, your baby girls and stuff? What's the infrastructure like? Do they have a bus system? Do they have taxis? What's the #1 religion practice there? What is the average temperature? Because I'm sorry, I cannot survive with 90-degree weather every day. I hate the summertime in America. I don't like coming out. I can't take it. And Africa is way more hot. Kids, do they believe if you don't pop out any male children, they will divorce you or kill you in some parts, which is true. You will have children, some of y'all. The group you said you want to take, you better find out real fast if FGM is practiced throughout it, because you're putting your daughters in danger, because she's not going to get a husband, because they're not going to deal with her if her clit hasn't been chopped off. Okay? I've read horror stories for years going on in Africa, but I know that's not all of Africa, but I've seen it. Okay? You might be considered white when you go to parts of Africa because you have money or how you look. Don't have no albino or light-skinned babies. They might kidnap their ass in Tanzania and chop their ass up because they got magical powers. Okay. I don't mind visiting Africa. I believe I should see it myself. I don't want to stereotype. I've looked online at some parts. The #1 part in Africa, it's not surprising, they claim, it's Cape Town, South Africa, that the white man built up. It's really pretty. In second place came Nigeria. Then you have Ababa Adidas or something. I'm sorry if I butchered that, in Ethiopia. Nekisha, you claim there's a bunch of black women billionaires running around Africa. A damn lie, and I'm going to show you. You said that they're presidents. You can be president as a black woman in Africa. I think there might have been 5 or 2. That doesn't happen throughout Africa. Africa is a big patriarch. You said that they have Wi-Fi, working Wi-Fi like here. Now, yes, sometimes I recently have had more issues with my Wi-Fi. That's my router issue. But no, not from what I heard. Not from what I heard in the vast majority of Africa. So, but I will let the African women tell it today. So, okay. Yeah, I have my questions I'll be asking. I'm looking at right here. Okay, so I will be showing you something. I don't want to be negative. I call it being realistic. I don't care just because a place has mostly black people in it. I'm not going nowhere without researching some things about it first if I'm talking about moving there for the rest of my life. I can see the appeal, especially, you're only around black people. You finally feel like you fit in. Some people, you feel like you don't have to worry about nobody stopping you or something. I've read the articles. Maybe some of you feel at home. I'll get into that. And there are parts of Africa that's beautiful, beautiful waterfalls. A lot of people not black go to Africa more than black people here. So I'm not against visiting Africa. I'm not against some of you dating in Africa. Some of them Igbo men are fine as a bitch. I've seen the pictures recently. But a lot of them, when it comes to culture, you never know what can happen. But I'm just saying, do not be naive and don't think that you're not going to like I said, don't be naive and think that you're not going to run into the same problems with black men in Africa that you run in over here. In fact, you should be thanking God to the white man for the laws over here that's actually protecting your ass that you would not get in many parts of Africa. But we're going to get into that, and then I'm going to take these calls. I'm going to talk as fast as I can, y'all, okay, so these calls can come in. Okay, some of y'all hate the white man. The white man is actually protecting your ass as a woman with some of the things that's not happening to you, that if you went in other cultures, you wouldn't even have an option. Okay, so, and if you go to parts of Africa, I saw this, you will be called a foreigner by some of them again. And, okay, so I hope I don't offend anybody who's African. If I have anybody has any ignorance, they will be clearing it up today with these calls, hopefully. Okay. So this is just some of what I've seen. Now, hopefully, and she's in the chat, she supports me and other black women. I was surprised to find out she is Nigerian of the Igbo tribe, and she was speaking on featureism that she faced because she has light skin, she is African. She has more of the stereotypical African features. She's very beautiful. She does have an Igbo or Nigerian fiance or husband. Yes, she is divested. I will be talking about what you posted about what being divested is to you. This will be a good discussion. And I put her on before for my subscribers to know about her, and she's done that for me. And her name is Locked Honey Princess. She is African, gorgeous in my opinion, and she is of the Igbo tribe, the Igbo people. She is in here in this chat as I speak. Shout out to Locked Honey Princess. Okay? And I asked her to call in later, so hopefully she will be calling in. Maybe she'll be one of the first. I have some questions. Some are controversial, but spill that damn tea today. Okay. So, also one of you told me about Ned Nwako or something. I don't know his ethnicity. We'll be discussing polygamy, all of that. The controversial issue because his sixth wife is this Moroccan woman. She was around 19 or something. He has 5 other wives. I will be discussing that issue. I'll say it now. I don't have a problem with polygamy. I'll explain it. It doesn't work for all women. It will work. I'll talk about why it could work for some women. It's not going to work for some. Okay. Okay, so the first thing I'm going to say, and I'm going to make this quick, y'all. Okay, Nekisha, if you're watching this and any other ignorant black woman. Okay, yes, subscribe to her channel, y'all. When this live is over in the comment section, I will pin the comment with her channel and Loving Life's channel as well. Okay, so you said that Africa is filled with black women billionaires. And I said to you, if Africa has so many billionaires, why is it in the state that it's in? There are around 2,000 and something billionaires on the planet. Only 13 out of those over 2,000 are black. And out of the 13 that's black, only 2 to 3 are women. Now, even having 13 is a hell of a lot. Africa has money. The African men, they say corruption. Keyword corruption just means you are selfish and you are trifling and you don't give one damn about your people. You are not. Now, my dad, you know what? I'll say that for Jubilee about this polygamy thing. A lot of black women are in polygamous relationships. They just don't know it. They haven't accepted that. I'll talk about that. My dad never asked for it, but damn it, you cheating all over the place. But anyway, and I did love my father, but it's just the truth. Now, okay. There are actually it's 4 billionaire black women, but when it comes to Africa, there are 3 of them. Okay, there are 2,153 billionaires. Oh, thank you, B. There are 2,153 billionaires. Only 13 are black, making 1% of the total sum. Surprisingly, only 3 of them are black women. Okay, black women are excelling, but it seems to be taking longer to get into the billionaires league. Okay, but you know, I don't really know how many white women by themselves are billionaires. I'm not talking about married to one. But it says, in spite of the grim reality, black women continue to strive and succeed despite the odds. Okay, so there are actually around 4. Okay, the richest women in Africa right now. Okay. Now, she is 68 years old, from Nigeria. I know I'm going to pronounce her name wrong, okay? Folromso Alakija. She is worth $1 billion. The source of how she became rich was oil and gas. She is one of the richest black women in the world. She is the owner of Fantha Oil Limited, a Nigerian oil exploration company. The second is Isabel dos Santos. She is worth $2.2 billion. She is from Angola. Her source of getting rich is investments. Now she's 43. She got her money because of her father. She's the oldest child of Angola's former president, Jose Eduardo. Now, Angola has Portuguese roots. A lot of Brazilians and Angolans share the same ancestry, which is why a lot of them actually look alike. Okay, so these two, Foloromso Alechkija, 1 billion. Isabel dos Santos, 2.2 billion. Okay, now we have Ninja Kenyatta. She is worth $1 billion, from Kenya. Her name, she is known popular, she's popular, sorry, y'all, my word vomit, as Mama Ninja. Okay, she's the widow of Kenya's first president. She's one of the richest women in Africa. She's the mother of the current Kenyan president. Okay, the 86-year-old. She's not despised by the citizens of Kenya. She's very respected by them. Okay, she promoted the family business of banking, farming, education, insurance, hospitality, manufacturing, and real estate sectors. The fourth is Haja Bola Shegaga. Y'all do not make fun of me for messing up her name. She is worth, now she's not a billionaire, but she is worth $630 million. The thing is, a lot of these women are older, because Nekisha said she's going and she has a chance of, okay, Nekisha said that she's going to Africa and she has a chance of becoming a billionaire. It took these women years to become a billionaire. Most of them are older. The one from Angola, she's rich because of her father, but the rest of these women are in their 60s to their 80s, okay? She holds a BS in economics and accounting, which she got from a university. She started her career as an auditor at the Central Bank of Nigeria. She quit in 1983 and started importing photographic equipment. Today, she's the second richest woman in Nigeria and the CEO of the Bonus Group International. It's a diversified Nigerian conglomerate company with interest in oil, real estate, banking, and photography. Y'all, I know the name, I messed up. As a real estate mogul, she owns hundreds of townhouses in Nigeria in the best neighborhoods, as well as in Europe and the United States. Okay. All right. So now that's the issue about, can you become a billionaire, Nekisha? It is possible, but it takes years. You have to have a skill. I wish you luck. I don't know how you're going to do this, you and your man. I feel like if it was that easy, a lot of them would be billionaires. But just because you're not a billionaire don't mean you don't have money. I'm sure there are other millionaires throughout parts of Africa. But if Africa had that much money and men who were producing, it would be much in a better state than it's in. Okay, a lot of men, they always say they're being raped. They're not being raped. They let them come over there, the Chinese and the Europeans and everything. And they don't use what they have to get rich. A number of them. Okay, so now with the topic about coming home, I will say this. The only nation I know of that has actually apologized for slavery, because I do feel black people are owed an apology and more, has been Ghana. Not only did they do that, they offer you free citizen. What's a process? You can become a citizen. Now, I did read the articles where some people in Ghana were like, why are you coming here? We don't want to be here. We're trying to come to America. It ain't nothing here. But black people who are fed up with America, they go to Ghana. And now the Ghanaian people want them to come. Yes, they have said, bring the money. Yes, the Ghanaian people, the men, the leaders have said, come to here. Okay? They want us to help build the nation, to make it wealthy. I don't know how exactly that would happen. Not only that, but they say they're extending their hand. I appreciate that from the Ghanaian people. The fact that they would apologize, some of them would apologize, and there are a lot who are due to apologize, and I think one or two other nations have. But okay, I think it's not buffering. Okay, it's not buffering. Okay, let me get my thoughts straight. Now, how cheap is it in Ghana? Well, I found out how much they make a day, and that's what the biggest concern would be if I were to ever go there. There is no way I could live with the amount of money they make a day. But the currencies is different in different nations, okay? So, so this is what they said, the Ghanaian people, the leaders. They said, Ghana to black Americans, come home. We'll help you build a life here. That sounds very sweet, I'm not going to lie. Okay. But I need my DNA test, which I have. Because if I'm not going to claim a nation my ancestors are not even from. But I get it. Just being the African ancestry, damn it. Just bring your ass, you still got some African roots. Okay. The government has negotiated with the local chiefs to give 500 acres of land to the newcomers, carving out a space for about 1,500 families. Okay. It's called the Year of Return. A record number of tourists came to the West African country last year, many entertainers as well. For centuries after the first slave ship reached Virginia, it aims to get visitors with special land deals and all of that. Officials are building on that upswing with a 10-year program launched in June. Okay, so people can keep their talents and money in Ghana. Yeah, they don't, I'm sure they don't want broke black people coming there. My thing is, what are they going to do to live once they get there? You ain't in America no more. Where are you going to work at? Okay. Today, roughly 3,000 black Americans live in Ghana. Some view the arrivals as wealthy outsiders in a country where 30% of the population lives under $3.20 a day. 30% of the population only makes less than $3.20 a day. That's where I said, hold on now. I don't know about this now. Now, I'm not going over there, but anybody that wants to go. The government has urged people to stop calling the black people foreigners, even though that's what you are, to be honest. Okay, they said, your brothers and sisters. But not everyone feels welcome. A colonial era law still goes against homosexuality. The rule is rarely enforced. The LGBT activists in Ghana say they're being discriminated against, basically. Okay, so if you are gay, they're not down with that over there. Most parts of Africa is not down with that. Okay. Let me refresh this chat so I can see what y'all are saying. I can see it on my phone, not on my computer. Now I'm going to show you something real disturbing for those black women that want to live, in my opinion, in La La Land when it comes to parts of Africa. When I used to read these things, I actually tear up. I can't take seeing some of it. It pisses me off. Something serious. Okay, let me see what's going on in this chat. Come on now. Okay, give me a quick little second before I show you something that you need to see, that you will not like, that will disturb you, and will scare you. Now, don't think this is always going to happen to you. Now, it won't pull up. Don't worry. I have it on my phone. Okay. Sierra Leone, an African nation. Thank you, Moonlight Wit. Thank you. Now, Sierra Leone, I think they're known to speak French over there. Okay, a lot of Africa has been colonized before in the past and all of that. We all know what went down. Now, what the African American men will do is try to make you feel like, I'll say that. I will save that. I ain't even gonna get into that. Okay, so here is an article about some things that have gone down in Sierra Leone. The women against the rape culture in Sierra Leone. Now look, I'm not trying to paint all of Africa has a bunch of rapists and dangerous, but damn it, we're gonna face reality today. Okay? You want to go, Nekisha? Like I said, research where you're trying to go before you go up in there. Okay. Women power against the rape culture. Why it got to be the women? Just like in America, where are the black men? Why is it always the fucking women? A girl, age 5, was raped by a 26-year-old, leaving her paralyzed by the waist. Paralyzed under her waist from raping her at 5 years old. In a similar incident last year, a 6-year-old was raped by a 56-year-old. The rapist was sentenced to just a year in prison. They gave a 56-year-old black African man 1 year in prison for going up the vagina and possibly ass and ripping her apart at 6 years old. The 5-year-old girl got raped so bad she's fucking paralyzed beneath her waist from raping her vagina and everything. The government, a black-run government, I'm sure by black men, gave this motherfucker 1 year in prison for raping a little black girl, African girl. Where's the justice for her? It ain't no white. Why didn't the black man's government kill him? Okay, why didn't they kill him or put him in jail for life? These are just a couple of the 2,579 cases of sexual violence involving children in 2018. Sierra Leone has witnessed a rate of sexual violence up which doubled with over 8,500 plus cases reported, which increased from 4,000 in 2017. Okay. The gruesome rape culture roots back to the time of the Civil War, 1991 through 2001. Okay. It dates back the rape culture from 1991 to 2001 when thousands of women and girls were raped. It was widespread. Wasn't no white man up in there making the black men pin down black women, strip them of their. Okay. Now, the president, who is a man, was infuriated by this rapes of the minors. It was a 3-year-old girl's rape that triggered him to take action. They have plans for special police and court divisions and hospital care for rape victims they're trying to do. He declared sex. Okay, he declared sex with minors as punishable by life and imprisonment. This groundbreaking move has been welcomed throughout the country, but they doubt it will remain. The First Lady has hands off our girls, basically to stop child marriage and teenage pregnancy, which is rampant in Sierra Leone. She says taking advantage of girls sexually and women is the biggest problem in the country. I repeat, the First Lady said taking sexual advantage of little girls and women is the biggest problem in the country. Sierra Leone is moving towards the light, but much more needs to be done to eliminate this problem. Okay, so far the women is making it the purpose to get rid of this problem, to help and for a safer and better educated world. You know, I always hate when I hear about education. How much education you need as a grown-ass man to know you don't look at an underdeveloped little girl and rape her fucking ass? Where's the God in you? The religion. How much education you need to know that's not normal, that's demonic and brutal? Would you think she got a vagina like a grown woman? They don't even produce discharge or juice. Her scream and her cries when you rape them and the blood and getting paralyzed. How much education y'all need to know that's not right? And the women, yes, the president, the man stepped up, but overall the women trying to stop it. That says a hell of a lot to me. The same way the African American women are always the one trying to beg and trying to fix the shit with the black man over here. Always y'all who care more. YouTube videos. How are we going to get him? That woman, Kevin Hart's woman, begging recently. Why can't y'all love us? Give us the respect we're due. We do it for you, our brothers. Calling them brothers still. And begging. I wanted to slap her, to be honest. Stop with this begging. You need to get like them. Let me see if I can pull up this chat. Now, don't worry, I'm about to take these calls. The issue of FGM, female genital mutilation. There are 3 ways they do it. They cut off a piece of your clit. They cut the whole thing off. They cut off your coochie lips and your clit, sew it up, and all you got is a hole. Scar tissue makes it hard to give birth. Cole LaBouffe said they want your coochie hole to be a pinwheel. That's what they call it. So tight it's like a pinwheel. So when he has sex with you, you're in pain. Even if you're not, it's done as a child. You think you have a normal looking vagina until you realize you don't. And I've heard a number of stories of these women from Somalia down to the West crying when they realize they don't have a normal vagina. Can't have an orgasm because you don't have a clit. How are you going to have an orgasm with your husband? Now I'm trying to, when I'm hearing about this, I'm shaking my head. I'm wondering, I need to know from the African women. Because I don't get how these African women are smiling and happy and you can't even have an orgasm with your man. Is it just about him being satisfied? You don't have a clit. Now, it's not all over Africa. There is not one reason medically why it has to be done. A man's foreskin causes infection if he can't clean it. It can smell terrible. It's for his health. It's been proven. Some HIV guys who had it, they discovered the blood was still under their foreskin. They were passing it down because they ain't washing every day. The shit is under there. You don't have access to water. Do you know what that smells like when it ain't clean? Go up the woman, infection with right after you're done. Can't get rid of it. You don't got no good hospitals. It's a reason for it. There ain't not one damn reason. You know where that shit came from? When the men had harems and would leave their women, women started sleeping with women. They know what the clit does. That Somalian man on the forum said, well, we do it because we don't want our women loose like you. Or you don't want your woman to have feelings down there, to have the desire physically to yearn for a penis or for you to stimulate her. So you chop the shit off. And God knows how, I can't imagine. When I read the stories, I squirm, I hold my coochie because I said, oh my God, Jesus. Because it's sensitive. I can't imagine somebody chopping my shit off. I would scream. A lot of these girls bleed to death. They said sometimes the scar tissue, they have difficulty with pregnancy because it's tissues built up, keloids and shit from that shit. It's painful. They get infections. They die. Then when it comes time, let's say you do love your African man. Y'all go in the bedroom, he having an orgasm. They said the reason why they're stopping it in some parts because the men are tired of having their women just lay there. They can't feel nothing. A lot of women, orgasms come from the clit. She can't have one if she don't got one. And I think because a lot of them have maybe watched porn and have realized oh my God, these women need to have a clit. We can't please them. Maybe that's what woke them up. And the talk around the whole globe, people talk about it and shame them for it. And some of them, I did hear they tried to ban it. And the women have been brainwashed for so damn long, they actually want to enforce it. I heard some parts the men don't care, but the women do more than the men. Girl, this shit is sick. Now, it's not just in Africa. It's in Indonesia, the Asian countries that are Muslim. It is in parts of Egypt and different parts, in some parts of the Middle East. It's global. I'm not 100% sure of where this originated. I believe Africa. All I know, I don't know why y'all did this. This is a disgrace. You are hurting us literally. That's why I said you better be glad, Nekisha, you got the white man's laws that forbid such a fucking thing. You take your butt over to some parts of Africa and you give birth. Your daughters ain't going to get no man because they're not going to marry her if that clit hasn't been chopped off. And they might try to chop off yours. So you better think real quick before you go up in some parts of Africa. This is one of the biggest issues that pissed me off on a global scale. Not just Africa, all women. I don't like hearing about this happening to women. No matter where they're from. This ain't right. I know some people have done it for so long they brainwashed. Don't do this. And Sierra Leone is one of them. Okay? I've heard some black men online complain they think some women from Africa, from the East, are beautiful, but they're upset because they believe these women don't have a clitoris because they do that. Now, I don't know if it's Ethiopia, Eritrea, or Somalia. You know, they'll call and clear this up, hopefully. Okay, so with Sierra Leone, they want to ban FGM. There's a debate going on around female genital cutting. Okay? From the first lady speaking about it. Okay? After the age of 18, a woman should be allowed to do what she wants to her body and have all parts of, not have a part or all parts of her clitoris removed. Okay? Sierra Leone currently, this is in 2019, Sierra Leone currently has no law for protection of girls and women against female genital cutting. Over 90% of the women in Sierra Leone have had this done. Over 90% of the women in Sierra Leone have had this done. As early as 6 years old, it's a rite of passage to prepare the girls for motherhood and marriage. Can you please tell me what cutting off my clit has to do with my baby coming out my vagina? And oh, my man is supposed to not let me have an orgasm. That's so wonderful. For my husband, I can't come like him. That's the great way to prepare me to get married. What the hell has happened? Okay. They want to make it okay at the age of 18. This is unacceptable. Yes, Lavender. Now, I have my pictures prepared for the women that call in. I just thought this was something cute to do. But here are some Sierra Leone women. 90% clits cut the fuck up. I feel for you. I'm dead serious. This ain't right. They might think it because, it's a part of their culture for over centuries. Lord Jesus. Now, that's one issue with the FGM, and I will be asking the African women that call. Now, when it comes to the Nigerian men, yeah, some African American like them because, from what I've seen, a lot of them resemble African American men, or African American men can resemble them. There are some questions regarding some people in Nigeria, especially the Igbo tribe. Maybe Lock Honey Princess will call and we'll ask you about it. I'll ask you about it. So this woman said, I've seen her on YouTube. I was following her. She is from Kenya. She's a Kenyan socialite. She said, Nigerian men are the reason we have so many bastard kids in Kenya. Stay away from them. Okay, now, Nekisha, you said the African man is going to wipe all of us up, and you ain't going to have these problems that you have over in America. Nigerian men are the reason we have so many out of wedlock kids. I won't say bastard. I'll say out of wedlock. Her name is Huda Monroe. She has like a makeup company or something. She's always traveling. She says she is warning the women in her country, the Kenyan women, stay away from Nigerian men. They don't want to be there heartbroken, bankrupt, and devastated. She says they are scammers who will milk women dry and disappear without a trace. She blamed the number of single mothers and bastard kids, out of wedlock kids in Kenya on Nigerian men, saying after they impregnate the Kenyan women and get money from them, they always take off. She did say, though, she still loves Nigerian men regardless because they are smart and she gains a lot of knowledge from them and she likes their music. Now, that part had me shaking my head. What the hell you mean you still got love for Nigerian men? Because they smart and you get knowledge from them and you like their music. But yet you telling your women, leave them alone, though. Because they are scamming y'all, using y'all for your money, and they are impregnating Kenyan women and pumping and dumping Kenyan women. Same shit over here. I never liked to stereotype and say, I know that the Nigerian men, they got that stereotype as being scammers for a reason. I don't want to say all of them are like that, but hey, it's been floating around for years. Hopefully the Nigerian women will call and let us know about that. Okay. Now, I think this is the last thing I'll show before I take the calls. Yes. Okay. When it comes to abuse, again, Nekisha and other black women, you got laws over here protecting you against domestic violence. You go to parts of Africa, you don't have no rights. You don't have no rights. Okay, FAME is an organization. Two Nigerian women speak. Speak out against domestic violence before they kill you. Okay. All right now. They started this organization because of the amount of the Nigerian men that's whooping their woman's asses. They said in the article, stop doing that damn smiling and acting like everything is okay. Because they have this problem in Nigeria, and they've now started an organization for these Nigerian women. Okay. It says that this is a gender-based, this is an organization, FAME, to help the victims of domestic violence to speak out before they die of physical and psychological wounds inflicted by their men. The founder said that she alerted that the non-stop domestic violence towards Nigerian women in recent times is skyrocketing with no ending in sight. She urged Nigerian men to stop battering women, control their tempers, and have mature talks instead of wife beating. She says to the men fond of beating their women, enough is enough. Please end it. Sit your woman down and have an adult talk. Instead, forgive and control your temper and stop beating them. We also call on the government fast to set up a commission that can look into the rights of women in Nigeria, especially the victims of domestic violence. So I have showed you just a few things from some countries that are actually considered to be more progressive countries in comparison to other parts of Africa. So again, don't go over Africa thinking that it's going to be a utopia, that you can't get your butt whooped, that they won't do it, that you're going to have laws and a police force that's going to come and save you, which is not in parts of Africa, that you will not experience colorism, because that is rampant, especially these days, that you will not experience your daughter being pressured and you being pressured to chop off her clit, that you will not have tribal and ethnicity wars with other Africans. You got to be realistic. Research where you going before you go there. Okay. All right, so I have showed it. I've said enough. I believe I'm probably missing some things. Now I want to take some calls. I'm about an hour. I pray to God. I pray to God I get these calls. It is on the screen. If I do have a moderator in here, I would appreciate it as well if you type up the number. As a matter of fact, let me, okay. Okay. Hopefully, I will get a call. Okay, Carolyn Smith says, I know a black guy from Ghana, and he said he has more opportunities here in America. It is. There is a reason so many risk it all to come here and go to England, where some of them end up in Libya and are being sold off as slaves trying to get to England just to escape Africa. I think Africans need to. Oh, hold on. Someone did call. Let me get this call when I might have it turned off. Hold on. Oh, I did have 2 people call. Okay. Okay, you could call in now. I'm trying to get this chat on the screen. I might have to get my other tablet because this chat ain't on my screen and I need to be able to read what y'all saying. I've had 3 calls missed. Call back. I had it turned off by accident, but now it should be working. I got this. So, and I will be reading what some of the African women wrote me before I end this live later. Why is it going to voicemail? Okay. Let me see. Okay, yeah, I should be able to take calls now. So, this will be really good. Okay. Hold on. I want to see what y'all are saying in this chat. Don't be shy, women, of what you want to say. You do not have to share your real name or what your name is in the chat if you don't want to. Okay, I have a call from Texas. Hello?
Hi.
Hello?
Yes, I'm so glad I got through. This is Mrs. Chef Mommy.
Miss Chef Mommy?
Mrs. Chef Mommy,
Mrs.
yes.
Chef Mommy. Okay, are you African?
I am not, but I am married to a Nigerian, and I want to spill a little tea because a lot of people think like Nekisha from the Lion State, and it's not what that is. I've actually been to Nigeria. Yes, it is a beautiful place, but it's not a place you want to move to if you don't have the first thing first is security. You have to be able to afford to have somebody literally drive you around because you can't drive on your own. You can't just go anywhere because they're going to think that since you're an American or even a Nigerian who went to America to get their education and came back home, they're going to automatically think that you have money, right? So you're like at risk of getting kidnapped. We even got pulled over in a taxi by the police. And they said, you can't go down this street unless you give us the money.
What?
Yes, I was scared out of my mind because like I said, I'm American. My husband's Nigerian, and I can't understand what they're saying in Igbo. And I was like, okay, what's going on? And the driver turned around and was like, yeah, y'all need to give us the policeman some money. And at that moment, I was like, okay, we're on the different side of Lagos right now. Shit is getting real. It's time to take our little bus on back to the hotel because I'm not trying to die today. And so we spent 2.5 weeks out there. I went to Lagos, Abuja, Enugu, and Anambra. And each area was completely different. Lagos, of course, you've probably heard of. It's like the city of Nigeria. While if you go to like Enugu, it's like pretty rural. Like everybody's pretty poor out there. So they look at Americans as, oh, you're rich. Oh, you got it. So you better give. Even cousins were asking to like give us.
Hello?
Yes, can you hear me?
Okay.
So it was just a lot when I went out there. So I don't think people should blindly say, oh, let's take our money and go out there. Now, you can definitely take your money and go and invest, like my husband has done. Him and his dad have invested in many different businesses out there. But even they don't want to move back to Nigeria.
You know, a lot of Africans, when they leave there, they don't go back. And I don't know. I guess they feel America is just more nicer and they get spoiled here. Or they just love the freedom. They love the freedom here. How much money did they want from you when they tried to basically rob you?
Pennies. Literally. So the money over there, the currency, it may look like a lot, but it could be a total of like $5. So one time we were at an event and a cousin was like, do you got some money? Do you got some money? And my husband ended up giving him like a wad of money. Well, not a wad, but some money. And it was like, I was like, dang, how much did you forgive him? He was like, oh, it was like $1.50. I was like, shut up. I was very, the entire time I was there, I was just taken aback by the mannerisms of people, the attitudes. I definitely enjoyed the way I was personally treated, but I think that's because my husband is of such high stature there that I was being treated with respect. While I feel like if I was just some regular person on the street, I would have been treated completely different. And I am his wife. So I feel like who his dad is, who my husband is, it was like almost luxury. I did enjoy myself while I was there, but at the end of that 2.5 week trip, I was like, all right, take me back home, okay? Take me back to America where I know I'm not going to get pulled over and harassed. Take me back where I'm not going to be, I knew how to count money at that point over there. So people were trying to, I'm going to make you pay, 10,000 naira for this $5 piece of fabric. And I was like, no, this is only $5. You're trying to charge me $50 for it. That's why a lot of people go to Nigeria
I heard
pick up
about
fabric and bring it here.
I heard about stuff like that, in many different countries. That's why it's good to download one of those translation type of apps. So, when they say something, just hold the phone. Don't let them see it, and then it'll type up what they just said or whatever. But, so how much is 10,000 naira? Like, how much? What kind of dollars is? Am I rich in Nigeria? Like, is that a whole bunch of money? American, U.S. $100.
No, because I want to say, what was it? Oh, man, this was last year when I went. I want to say everybody at this one event was donating money, and somebody said, I'm giving 100 million naira. And I was like, what? That's a lot, but it ended up being like $30,000. So, no, it's not the exchange is not a lot.
Okay, let me see if this is buffering. So, when you go there, how do you turn your U.S. money to their type of money? Like, what's the process with that?
I believe you do it at you know what? I'm sorry. They don't do it at the airport. So, one time we were going from Lagos to, where were we going? I want to say to Enugu, and my husband actually went to this park. Me and him both took a taxi to this park, and this man, I wish I could send you pictures, girl, because, you will be baffled. There was this man literally holding a bag of money, of Naira money, and you could give him $100, and he'd give you wads of Naira. And I was like, what kind of exchange is this? My husband was like, they just do this. They take your American dollars and give you Naira so you don't have to go to the airport or you don't have to report your money in a bank or things like this. So it was literally like a pull-up exchange kind of deal. It wasn't anything professional. It was like outside, and they just kind of switch off and come from there.
Mm-hmm.
And what else? Oh, man, I'm trying to think. As far as buying stuff, I would just leave it up to your family members who actually speak the language. Like, I had a cousin who went to the market with me, which my husband was very adamant about not going to the market. No, it's too busy. I think he was happy with you there. So he wasn't
Okay.
too excited about it.
I want to do me a favor. Let me take this call from South Africa because their time is different.
Okay.
All right. Bye. Thank you.
Call from
Over there.
It is almost 2:00 in the morning.
Oh my God.
Yeah. But I'm working tonight anyway, so I'm awake. But I'm really, really keen to call anyway. I love your show. I watch all your stuff.
Thank you. Thank you. South Africa, y'all. Okay, I do have some questions. Now, the topic of today, because Nekisha, who's African American, she believes that the African man is basically the savior to the American black woman because the men over here have failed terrible. And spill that tea about your culture in South Africa. I want to know, is it true that a woman is raped every 17 minutes? How is the HIV rate? What is the culture between you and men and women? Do y'all practice FGM? Is there colorism and featureism over there? Spill the tea. Let us all know. Is the savior to come there?
Oh my goodness. I don't even know. Okay, so first of all, let me just give you some background. I am 33 years old, and I am unique a little bit in that my mother is a Xhosa woman, right, one of the tribes here in South Africa, but my father is a Ugandan man. And
Okay.
I was born and raised in South Africa, very immersed in both communities. Living in South Africa around my Xhosa family, but also with a lot of Ugandan relatives and friends around. So I got a taste of not only South African culture, but also a little bit of East African culture, and I've been to Uganda a few times before. And one thing that from my earliest childhood memories is from the rural areas to what we would call the townships. I don't know if the townships would translate to sort of the urban areas in America, to the suburbs where I live now, is that Black women are the workforce of the community. In the same way that it seems like in America, the Black woman is holding it down from the grandmother and the mother is working several jobs. It's the same thing.
The same
The
thing.
culture here is the same thing. It is the same thing. I remember living in what we call rural areas. I mean, like, no running water. You fetch water from the river on a bucket, in a bucket. You grow your own vegetables. You cook your own chickens. You build your own house, literally. I mean, I lived in a time when we still had like traditional huts where in my family, and we would literally collect cow dung and use it to make the floor and to patch your home, like that type of rural area, right? I was dirt poor when I was very young, but because everybody lived that way, I didn't realize that I was poor until I moved out of that area into the townships where we lived in the houses that the apartheid government had built for the Black people that were allowed to stay near the cities. So brick homes with toilets inside and all of that. And I was probably, 7 or 8 years old when I first lived in a house like that. And then my parents worked very hard, and I went to a good school, and I had a good job, and now I live in the suburbs and all of that stuff. So I've had the experience of traditional African rural life, and then peri-urban life, and now suburban life. And in all spheres, the Black woman is the workhorse. Okay, we are the ones who work. There's no such thing as a stay-at-home by choice. I have a maid, I have a nanny, I have a husband who provides. That's not the case.
I am disgusted.
The culture is,
I'm sorry.
Pardon?
I don't want to cut you off, but
am I breaking up?
No, it is a damn shame. So you just told us that in parts of South Africa, the Black woman is the workhorse. We call the mule. We say we're not muling over here no more.
Yeah.
You do everything. You had to build your own hut out of cow doo-doo and grow your own food. Everybody's asking, what do the men do over there? What are they doing while y'all Black women are breaking y'all backs, putting water on your head, doing every damn thing? What are they doing, those men?
So what the men do is they wake up late and they wake up to a meal that's been cooked by the woman, and they use the hot water that's been collected and boiled by the woman, and they wear the clothes that have been ironed by the woman, and they drink alcohol. All the men in my mother's family are alcoholics because they are at home the whole day, right? If they have a job, some of them do work, some of them, especially the older generation, maybe they were in the police force or they worked in the mines, right? They would work, but when they were home, they were not home to help. They weren't helping with the children. They're not helping with the daily chores. They sit around. That I don't know if you've ever seen that image of African men sitting under the tree, drinking alcohol, sitting in the shade. That is what they do. And they do that in the rural areas. They do that in the townships. They sit on crates, drinking beer. It's the mothers, it's the wives, it's the daughters, it's the grannies, it's the women who are doing the work. It's the women who are worrying about the finances. It's the women who are raising the children. It's the women who are dealing with domestic violence and, belligerent sons who are in and out of jail and, trying to get their children to get good education. The women are the workforce.
Now, you know what?
The man has the power.
The man has the power, but yet you're doing everything. The man has the power.
The woman is the workforce.
But you do all the work. You know what? They say, they'll say here in America, they blame the white man for his position. But these are African men. Why are your men over there just as fucked up as over here? What is this? Is this cultural? Is it something within them? What is wrong? Why aren't they building the nation? And do the women want to take a stand, or are they manlying over there, as we say over here? Is it brainwashing? What is?
It's complex in that we wouldn't know how badly we had it if we hadn't had outsiders come in and change the culture so much that we're able to step back and see how fucked up the situation actually is. If you'll excuse my language.
It's fine.
Because, when I think about the fact that had it not been, and this is a very controversial thing to say, but had it not been for colonization in Africa and apartheid in South Africa and Western ideals that are so different to African ideals, I would have been just like my grandmothers and my great-grandmothers. I would have been married to an abusive man with no voice, no power, thing about it. I would have probably died in childbirth after birthing who knows how many children by my age. I would have been living in a community that expects me and enforces upon me the role of being a sex object, a birther of children, and completely submissive to my husband, right? And that type of mentality is definitely changing because we now know that we are more than that. You know what I mean? Whatever, I'm sure over the years there's been women who have tried to defy this extreme patriarchy. Not patriarchy in the way that you see Western women saying, "Oh, I don't want to be called sexy at work." No, I mean your husband can kill you, and people will ask, "Oh, what did you do wrong?" Patriarchy. I mean, there are some parts in this country where if you wear a miniskirt in public and men harass you, people will say, "Well, you deserve it." And when that's, proper lethal patriarchy is what we're dealing with, okay? And the way many of our mothers have encouraged us to escape it is through education. Because once you become educated, you're able to acquire a job, you're able to acquire money, and you're able to move out of that system that requires you to rely on a man, and yet in reality, you are the one actually doing all the heavy lifting. You know what I mean? So the culture is definitely changing. I mean, I see it amongst my age group. Many of us would never accept the way our grandmothers lived, completely bowed down to men, who are in fact sitting on our backs. It's really a messed up system because on paper, the man is the leader. The man gets the biggest piece of meat. The man speaks first. And yet it's the woman who's holding everything together with no thanks, with no praise. And, it's expected of her from the time she's born until the time she goes into the grave. She is nothing but a resource to everybody else around her. And more and more and more of us are saying, no, I don't want my life to be nothing but one long service to other people who are the first people to abuse me, the first people to molest me, the first people to rape me, the first people to hijack me, to harass me, to be colorist towards me, to discriminate against me. And then even when these men get into positions of power, they become educated, they do the same things that we're seeing in America. They choose the quote unquote exotic woman. They make these colorist jokes. They exclude you from the media, even though your money made them famous in the first place, where they can actually get into those positions of power and access to these women that they want. They still cheat on you. They still infect you with HIV. They still leave you. So there's no. It's a really, really challenging situation to find yourself in, and that's why thinking the way I think and more women think is extremely discouraged by men, because of course it doesn't benefit them to have their workforce turning against them. But it's necessary. It's necessary. And they do the same thing. They blame the white man. They talk about apartheid. Okay, we had apartheid here. Oh, the reason why I don't have a stable job is because of apartheid. No, it's not. I went to school just like you. But I did my homework, and I stayed in school, and I stayed out of trouble. And it's because the world I live in now requires me to have an education, to have skills, to think and to be entrepreneurial and to be self-sufficient. And you choose to rely on your mother because you know your mother's going to give you a place to stay. You know she'll look after the children that you are spawning all over the place like a fucking lizard. You know your mother will buy you the sneakers and the clothes. You know there's always going to be some stupid girl who's going to open her legs to you. So it's easy to talk about the white man, but the white man is doing his thing, He's marrying his woman, he's raising his kids, he's learning different skills, he's saving his money, and that's why he's in power. So you will remain at the bottom, even on the continent that you are from, because you choose to not be a person who takes control and takes accountability and responsibility. And unfortunately, these are the men that we're saddled with. We don't have the population demographics that you guys have, where you are the minority. We are the majority.
Yes.
And what I'm seeing are teenage girls in varsity, the beautiful girls, the dark-skinned, slim girls who are quiet and they aren't in the club scene and the party scene and they aren't wasting their time chasing these, clowns, the black, supposedly popular boys. They're getting married to white guys. I've attended 7, 8, 9 weddings in the last 2-3 years of black women marrying white men, and most of those men are South African men, not European men like it used to be then. South African men. These are educated girls. These are accountants. These are the cream of the black community who are leaving because they see better opportunities outside. They don't want to be part of them, even when they have degrees, even when they haven't had children out of wedlock, even when they've done all the things correctly. They're still expected to carry grown men on their backs and yet say, yes, sir, no, sir, thank you, sir, you go first, sir. Yeah, things need to change.
Let me say this.
That's why channels like these are so important,
Yes, let me say this. Thank you all for the donations. Y'all know I was having some issues. The chat is moving fast, so I couldn't see and read everything.
Yeah.
Bright Rose, if you can call in today, please do that. Thank you for those donations. I'm sorry I didn't read everything. I can't go back to it. In fact, hold on, it has to connect now. It's amazing. It is, oh my God, somebody from Canada is calling in. The person calling from Quebec, Canada, call in after her. Okay, hold on for a second. Girl, this is too good. I'm so happy you called. I'm serious. They can't hear. They can, let me say this. You are hearing from a South African woman that the same bullshit you are going through in America is the same over in South Africa. But African American men, I hear some of them saying, we need to go to Africa because those are better women. The truth is, y'all are known to be domestic and good women and very cultured. But they don't say what you just said is that your men treat you the same
Yeah.
as how they treat the African
Yes.
American women. In fact, there's someone under
Yes.
Locked Honey Princess channel who said that an Arab
Yes.
leader wrote that the African man, I don't know what part of Africa, that he's sitting in the tree
Mm.
drinking alcohol. And you said that the men in your
Yes.
community drink alcohol and sit around all damn day. Y'all do all the damn work.
Exactly.
Now, let me say this. Thank you
Yes.
all for the donations. I cannot read everything. Now, let me say this.
Mm.
In South Africa, okay, over here we have this issue about who's black and who's not type of thing going on. But in South
Yes.
Africa, you have the coloreds and you have the black. Now, what a lot of us,
Yes.
like myself, be considered colored in South Africa. And also, I was going to ask you this, but you
Mm.
mentioned it. You have featureism and
Mm.
colorism in South Africa. Tell
Yes.
us, are some of us considered colored in Africa? And also, how bad is the rampant colorism and featureism from South African men?
Okay. So yes, yeah, we have a different classification system. I don't like to talk about people like that, but that is what it is. And it's a strange one because what group would be considered colored, quote unquote, is actually mostly based off of the indigenous Southern African people, right? The Khoi and the San groups and other groups who were admixed with Europeans and then admixed with Cape Malay and with other groups. And during the apartheid system, all those multi-generationally mixed people, but still also indigenously South, South African people, became called colored, right? They were genetically, the stock group that they came from, shorter than the Mandu people, right? The people who came from northern parts of Africa and moved down into South Africa. They were generally lighter skinned. And so they look different, just like different African tribes look different, right? Different European ethnicities or tribes look different. Somehow they got called colored, right? And indeed they do contain people who are multi-generationally mixed, but they also contain almost pure African groups, okay? Then there are the black people. So that I would be black, where you don't have any hair texture or eye color or skin color that is very different from the typical look that we have, which is generally we have 4C hair, right? We have brown to dark skin. Some groups are lighter skinned, like the Xhosa groups can be lighter skinned naturally without European admixture. And then as you move further up north the country, people are generally darker skinned. But let me give you an example. If a woman like Vanessa Williams came to South Africa and walked around and didn't say anything, because of her eye color, because of her narrower features, because of her skin color, people would think that she's mixed or that she's colored. She would not be seen as a black woman in South Africa. Whereas someone like Viola Davis or Jill Scott would be considered a black woman because they look more typically black, right? But South Africa, remember, this is Africa. So it's not just about your features, it's also about your culture, the language that you speak. I mean, we have 11 official languages here. So if you were to be walking around in the Eastern Cape where I live, and you started speaking the Xhosa language here, people would think that you're a light-skinned Xhosa woman. They may look at you and think, I wonder if maybe she has a white grandfather, maybe she has some admixture. But culturally, you would be considered part of the group because you speak the same language, you live in the same area, etc. So our distinction is very, it's different to yours. Let me just say that a lot of people that you would consider black in America would be considered mixed in my country, just based on phenotype alone. But to answer your question then about colorism, light skin is gold in this country and in many African countries. And not just light skin, but the more exotic, quote unquote, your features are, the looser your hair texture is, the lighter your eye color is. You don't necessarily have to be completely white in order to be praised. And I think a large part is that South Africa has I think the largest population of white people living in Africa because of the Dutch descendants that came here and whatnot. The white women here don't mess with black men. They're not into black men, because the white men here, first of all, provide, they marry, they protect, they uplift, they promote, they do all the things, they build, they statistically, they don't abuse, they don't rape, they don't do the things. I'm not saying they don't do it at all, but based on statistics, they don't do it to the degree that the black man and the colored man does to his woman. So white women in this country have no reason to leave en masse, and especially start dating black men who are, even in this country, at the bottom of the pile, So white skin or light skin then becomes the substitute. If you can't get a white woman, then you get a light woman. You get a woman who would look like you. So if you were to come to this country, you would be at the top of the beauty chain, in this country, because you're light-skinned, you've got different features, etc. And then the fact that you're coming from a different country would be a benefit. But if you were to come with Nekisha's attitude of, oh, these men are perfect because they're black and they're angels, and, oh, the white man is trying to separate the black family, they are going to fuck you over. Let me just put it that way. Okay. They will take advantage of you because at the end of the day, they may admire your beauty. They may admire the beauty that you will impart to your children, to the children that you have with him. But the character of the man is still the same. Okay. The character of the man is still the same. And that is why, sometimes the few interracial or intercultural relationships that have happened, they break down. Because at the end of the day, the abusive tendencies come out, the laziness comes out, the fact that he can't even hang up a shelf in his house comes out, the fact that he doesn't believe in, him being the sole provider, you staying at home, looking after the kids. He's never ever seen that in his life. He doesn't understand it. As far as he's concerned, you have 2 hands and 2 arms. You should be working, and then you should come home and cook the food and look after the kids and sex him and wake up in the morning. He would still expect all of those things from you. So you wouldn't have this plushy Western housewife lifestyle when you come here, just because you've married you've married him.
Okay, give me 1 second.
And that's it. Yeah.
Thank you all for the donations. Those of you who've asked, she is South African. Leave your testimonial under the comments section when this is over, because the chat is moving so fast I won't be able to read it. I had a call coming in from Canada. I had a call coming in from Finland. I can't believe it. I'm so excited. So I'm going to give you about 5 more minutes. But I want to say that it's just incredible to hear you say this as a South African woman, that these black men over there are just as trifling and effed up as over here, and that y'all, we said we don't want to be the mules no more. We don't want to be the backbone doing everything. Yeah. And you said that's what y'all are used as. You have to do everything. I told the story. I forgot where it was someone I knew, the African couple was working. He was sitting down. He wouldn't work. She did her job, his job, and told her, I have to go home and cook for him and his friends because that's what's expected of me. So they paint the picture that African women, a lot of black men, they might paint the picture that the African woman is in a better position, that, like Nekisha, who think your men are doing everything. They are raising the kids right. They're taking care of you. But I said before, Africa would be farther along if the men was doing all that type of stuff. So what is the average type, what's the average, do y'all practice FGM, female genital mutilation?
No, not anymore. For example, my mother's tribe used to centuries ago. But because of the complications that you spoke about, a section of the tribe used to do that, where they would remove the clitoris. I don't know if it was as intense as what they do in the Horn, where they sew up, the vulval opening and things like that, but they used to remove it, and then they stopped it because so many girls were having complications. So we do still practice, or they still practice male circumcision.
Okay.
But female, no, they don't.
Let me ask you this, because I'm going to make this quick. Now, I heard that supposedly South Africa is the most dangerous place for a woman to be because the rape cases are extreme. And I heard that a lot of men, the black men, believe that if you rape a virgin, a lot of times babies, that they would be cured of the HIV that they have. Is that really going on there to this day, raping babies to cure HIV in South Africa?
Okay, so I work in a hospital. I'm actually in a pediatric department, and the hospital that I'm at has got a dedicated unit specifically for the rapes. And the bulk of whom we see are children, and the bulk of those children are girls, and most of those girls are under the age of 6 years old. We have babies who are raped. We have mothers coming in almost every day with a child who has got a discharge or blood in the nappy, and the vagina is gaping. Molestation and rape in this country is so common that it's not shocking anymore. And only if it's a big case, like we had a case of a student at a university who was hit over the head with a scale and raped and killed in a post office by one of the
I
post
heard
office
about that. I
workers
just
in the
saw
middle
the
of day.
article. I was just reading that article last night. So what is it? Do the the black men rape so damn much in South Africa? Do y'all get married, right? What's the problem? What is going on?
No. So first of all, marriage is, our marriage rates are low. Okay, let's just put them there. Marriage is not a common thing. Out of wedlock, we also have 70%, something along those lines, out of wedlock rate. Our marriage rates are low. But the truth is that we live in a society where the men have got absolute power. And as much as black Americans complain, some black Americans complain about, the policemen are brutalizing us and, we're at the mercy of the white man. We are at the mercy of the black man here.
You just said...
We don't have white police officers. We don't have, we don't worry about KKK members gunning us down. We worry about black men, people who look like us, hijacking us. That's why we drive around with tinted windows. That's why we have high walls. That's why we have burglar bars and alarm systems. It's the black men who is the terror in our community. Okay. I've never been afraid of a white man walking down the street. I am afraid of a black man. And there are many parts of this country, you can't wear jewelry. You can't have your phone out. You can't stop at a robot at a certain time at night because you risk being hijacked. Okay. That is what it is. You can't give people lifts because you don't know who you're going to put in your car. We live in a dangerous country. We are constantly on alert. And it's so constant that you don't realize the tension that you carry in your body all the time. You worry about your children, you worry about yourself, and you're not worried about white men. I've never worried about white men. It's black men that you worry about. So, yeah, that's the truth. That's the truth.
Now,
so come to the country for holidays, see it. There are beautiful parts. You'll be welcomed. But please don't think that this is some Wakandan, everyone singing and dancing. It's not. It's not like that at all.
Thank you so much. Tell me one last thing. They like to call us bed wenches here in America. If we get with a white man especially, and they talk about us like a dog. and say that we're betraying the race, even though black men marry and have sex with multiple women who are not black or African American every damn day.
Yeah.
In fact, abandoning their so-called communities. So tell me, in South Africa, are y'all called names when you are getting with the white South African men? And black men made it sound like all of the South African white men hated the crap out of y'all. But you said you went to 7 to 9 weddings with these beautiful dark-skinned black girls who married the white men in South Africa.
Yep.
Do they call them anything similar to a bedwench in South Africa? Do they throw a fit over it?
Oh, yes. Yes, they do. The thing is, it depends. So if you're the type of woman that they wouldn't deal with anyway, then they won't be upset about it, right? On an individual basis. They may look at you and think, oh, you couldn't get a black guy, or oh, you're ugly anyway, you're dark-skinned, you're slim, you don't have enough ass for me, you're boring. So, but they'll say stuff like, oh, you have you've been enslaved by the white man, your mind is white identified. You think that, the white man will treat you better. And then you're thinking, yeah, he's married her, he doesn't abuse her, he is treating her better, she's happy, okay? She dated a bunch of black men who wasted her time, and this guy has proposed and married her and respects her, and they're happy. So actually he is doing better than you.
Okay.
But because the women that I personally know that have married these guys are not the, thick yellow bones that they would prefer, they don't throw a hissy fit. It's when it's a popular woman, right? It's when it's a celebrity, the type of woman that they aspire to have on their arm, because they can't get white women like that. So then the next best thing are the light-skinned, next-looking girls. It's when those type of women get with white men that they really get upset. But because they are not about to step up to white men and do anything like that, to them, they still understand who holds the ultimate power. They don't do anything physically to you, but they give you the looks and they make the jokes and they make the comments. But like I said, these young girls, these varsity girls, these high school girls are smarting up. They're not wasting their youth. They're not having babies out of wedlock with these guys. They're snatching them up in varsity and in working condition when they start working, and they're marrying them. And I'm happy for them. I wish that I had grown up then. And yeah.
Okay.
So good luck to them. Yeah.
Now let me ask you this: you're subscribed because listen, we're gonna have more conversations with black women globally because I'm loving this. My last and final question: colorism. Were black men practicing colorism? Just give me a yes or no. Was this way before apartheid and colonization? Because they swear this only comes from the white man's system. Were they like this long ago?
Long ago. They've been doing this. They've been doing it. They've been colorist. They've been colorist. Okay, it didn't come with white man.
Okay.
They've been doing it.
Y'all heard it here. A South African woman just said it. Okay, so thank you for the call. Make sure you call back in the future because I want to talk to you again.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
All right.
Thank you so much. Thanks, everybody. Bye.
Bye. Okay. You heard it yourself from a South African sister who just spilled the tea. A lot of you couldn't believe what you was hearing. You said you were learning a lot. She addressed a lot. There are a few more things. Don't worry. We'll have a part 2 to this that I want to hear. Okay, it's buffering. So, I had a call coming in from Finland. I wanted to answer it, but I didn't want to cut her off. Finland, Quebec, Canada. Oh, please call back. I know the time zones is different. I hope it's not too late. If y'all see this, I want you to call back in from Finland and Quebec, Canada, and Minnesota. Okay? Okay, I'm going to take this from Silver Springs, Maryland. Hello? Hello?
Yes, yes. Can you hear me?
Okay, I can hear you now.
Hello?
Hi. How are you?
Hi. Hi.
Um,
I'm fine.
are you African?
Okay. Yes, yes.
Which
My
what?
parents are, but I was born and raised here.
But what's your ethnicity?
Sierra Leonean.
Let me get the picture. See, I got my little pictures up representing the Sierra Leoneans. Okay.
Yeah.
Caller is from her roots is from Sierra Leone. Sierra Leone. Now I was talking about Sierra
Yes.
Leone earlier. Tell me now, are you happy you live in America or would you want to go back to Sierra Leone?
I'm happy I live in America. When I was younger, I thought that I was maybe going to end up retiring and moving back to Sierra Leone. But the older I get, the more that I realize that's probably not going to happen. Yeah. So everything that you just heard from the South African callers, it's basically the same thing, across the continent. Um, I will say that for us, it just we we don't complain. We're not very loud about saying what he doesn't do, but it's very similar.
How old are you?
I'm 28.
Have now even though you were born in America, do your parents still
Mhm.
practice the culture from Sierra Leone? Do they want you to get married to a Sierra Leonean?
Um, they don't really mind who I get married to, but they practice the culture.
Okay. So now
Mhm.
if the internet starts buffering, I'll tell you, but it's good now. So
Yeah.
how do you have you dated any African men even though they might live in America?
Yes. I've dated a couple. Um, it wasn't the experience was basically them trying to emulate African American behavior. So, what you don't understand is that they look up to Black American men. So they're not looking at them going, oh, let me not be like that or act like that. No, they're looking up to that type of behavior.
Really?
And yes, and I'm hearing even from my cousins back home that a lot of the guys there are emulating the same culture. They don't want to work anymore. It's just difficult finding a good match. Um, they don't tend to really want to stick around even after they're married. And
Okay.
and also kind of yeah, it also kind of seems like the men are moving more like gold diggers nowadays. Um,
Let me say this. I don't want to cut you
like.
off. I
Mhm.
said it before. Any culture, listen, African American culture has some beautiful things in it, but damn it, a lot of things when it comes to the men and relationships is toxic. Anybody that takes on the African American man ways when it comes to relationships, you're going to be doomed, and she is spilling it. They
Yeah.
are emulating these damn men. She just said, hold on, it's buffering. Okay, hold on. Woo!
Mhm.
Oh, this is good. This is too good today. Okay, give me a second. Sorry. Okay. So she said they're trying to emulate the African American man's culture. That's bound to happen when you raised in any country you go to, which is why I'm told Nekisha, you have kids, they're going to be a part of that culture more than likely. The toxic part, they're not raising
Yeah.
their kids. They trying to gold dig, be hypergamous men. She said the African men. Now, what were the ethnicities of these African men that you know that's doing this here in America?
Well, the ones that I dated in America were Nigerian, and Liberian, and also Sierra Leonean, and it was just weird because it's like even my other African friends, they were female friends. They were like, yeah, like sometimes a guy will come up to you and ask you what you do before even asking you your name, and if it doesn't seem like you're doing anything, then they just won't talk to you.
You know, I'm not gonna lie. I used to think like Nekisha that, African men, maybe you do stand a higher chance of getting wiped up if you want to deal with some black men. African men have that reputation, or they seem to push that they marry. I do believe some of the women are oppressed, but that, you'll get married. That's when Nekisha believes that the women she takes there, and black women, you want to save the black family, go to Africa, go to the African man. And in Sierra Leone, when I mentioned the FGM, you don't have to say
Mhm.
it, but being that you're in America, it wasn't pushed for you to have FGM practice on you or anything, was it?
No, no,
Okay.
no. And I think they do it in different levels, like you explained earlier. I think maybe the milder form of it happens because I know some aunties who they said they had it, but like they didn't express any type of negative, so maybe they had a milder version done to them or something. Yeah.
Okay. I am shocked to hear that the African men, the Nigerians, the Sierra Leoneans, and the Liberians, you said, are trying to practice male gold digging on the women in
Yes,
America.
it's
In
so
America.
weird. It's so weird, but at the same time, it's like, I mean, if no guy, doesn't matter how much of a gold, and he says, "Oh, I'm looking for a Nigerian girl who has a good professional job." So I just deleted him.
You know what's a shame is that the South African woman, she said that they don't have the option to stay at home, to be housewives. They got to go out there and work. And I used to believe, like Nekisha and others, the African woman gets to stay home and be a wife. Like, I don't mind doing the cooking and cleaning. I love you. You're my husband. You take care of me. But she said the women do that plus the work and his work. So you're telling us that these men, these African men, the Sierra Leones, the Nigerians, and the Liberian men, they are lazy gold diggers, hypergamous men.
Um, yes, I will say like it's a very small percentage of men who are very civilized. They really do take family seriously. Maybe there are womanizers here and there, I will say, but they do take family seriously. Like, for example, my grandmother truly was a stay-at-home wife, and, the kids were actually sent to boarding school, so she wasn't even taking care of kids, and she was at home. But everyone called my grandfather a white man, because here he was taking care of his family, um,
Hold on.
perfection with his kids. Mm-hmm.
She just said, everybody, if you can't hear, her grandfather was called a white man. You know the way they call them simps here in America. He was called a white man because he took care of his wife and children. Mm-mm. Okay, spill more tea.
White for reading or like white. They call my grandfather and some members, male members of my family, that for doing that. And that basically let me know that okay, so this is not the norm. So yeah.
Okay. Well, I thank you for spilling this tea. Um, Girl, I wish you luck in the love department, whoever you end up dating. And we got to vet all these men, even if they're African. So, thank you. Thank you for this call. Finland called in again. Finland, I'm not going to take any call until it's you. Well, hopefully, I'll give you 4 minutes to call back in, Finland. Okay. Thank you for spilling the tea. Thank you. And call again in my future lives, okay? Hello? Oh, Lord. Hello? I think she can hear me, but I can't hear her. Call back, okay?
Call from
Finland. Oh my God.
hello.
I am so
Can you
excited.
hear me?
I have never had a call from Finland.
Yeah, I have been watching you for a while, and I'm African, so I was like,
Um,
I'm gonna call in now and spill the tea.
what is your ethnicity?
Basically, I'm South Sudanese. and I'm 21 years old, but I was born here, but I'm still very familiar with the African culture and everything. So,
Okay, so you are Sudanese.
yes, I'm South Sudanese.
Okay. Oh my God. Now you said you are going to spill some tea. I do have some questions for you as well that has hurt my soul. I'd heard that I heard about the war, Darfur. I'm going to talk about the civil wars and what has happened to many Sudanese women that disgust me. Um, do they practice
Yeah.
FGM over there? And how much of it?
Actually, they don't. Actually, they don't because most of us are Christians, but in the Sudan, they practice that more, a lot more. But in South Sudan, most of us are Christians and that. So, but still, there's still a lot of abuse going on, even though they don't chop the women's vagina
Okay.
off.
Okay. Now, I'm curious to know the Sudan, you got North Sudan, South Sudan. Is it true that some of
Mhm.
you have been mixed? Now, I consider, look, Arab is not really a race. You got Arabs that look all kinds of ways. But what people would call white Arabs or whatever, um, were are some of y'all in the north and in the south mixed with the Arabs?
In South, most of us are not mixed at all. We are very dark and we are not mixed. But in the North, there's, there are a lot of more people who are mixed with Arabic and Moroccan people. I'm sorry, English is not my first language,
You
so
sound, I can hear you. You sound good. We can all hear you.
okay. Yes, in the north there's a lot of more people who are mixed with Arabic, and but I'm not from the north, so I'm very much African looking, as they will call us.
Now the
I'm really
question,
not.
I don't mean to cut you off. I just want to get to every point.
Yep.
Were the Arabic and the African, even though Arabs can be African, but you know what I mean. Were they? Was it from? Let's clear it up because we got a lot of pro-black people that be lying on a lot of shit. Were some of these
Mm,
relationships, loving relationships, consensual? Was it all rape?
I would say most of it was rape.
From when was it? The Arabic slave trade era, or So
Um, it was a slave trade. Like Arabic men came to Sudan and um, they mixed with us. So
but now
that's
in 2020, do they still consensually date and marry and have children? Arabics and the Sudanese, maybe more black or Sudanese, or the mixed ones.
I, I would say yeah.
Okay, okay. So do y'all get along? Because I heard that there is major beef between more of the ones mixed with Arabic and the ones that's more blacker. Is that still a problem?
Um, I would say there is more beef because of the whole tribe thing, not because of them being mixed with Arabic. But in my knowledge, North Africans and South Africans don't really, no, South Sudanese and North Sudanese don't really even like see each other because it's opposite of the country. So
Oh, okay.
it's more like the tribe thing because my mom has said to me that she would prefer me marrying a white guy than marrying a South Sudanese guy from a different tribe.
Now, is it
So,
because white men she feels will treat you better? How do the men treat you in this culture?
um, I would say we don't really date each other like that. At least in Finland, um, it's more like a brother-sister relationship than a romantic relationship. So
Hmm.
you see South Sudanese women with different races of men and South Sudanese men with different races of women. So that's kind of what's going on here.
Now, hold on. If I just heard you correctly, you said that the men see their relationships with y'all like a brother and sister relationship.
Yeah, they see us more like that, not
That
a
ain't right.
regular.
That is not right. That's the same thing that's happening in America where LeBron James' son, who likes everything but black women, he's one of them said, I see my sisters in them. But yet you don't hear this from no Asian man or no Arabic man. I'm not your sister, your blood sister. I'm the woman that you supposedly supposed to get with. Why what causes that as to where they're not viewing you in a romantic way like other races of men? What is going on?
I don't really know why it's like that, but I don't know any couple under the age of 30 that both of them are South Sudanese. It's always South Sudanese man or woman and another person. But I don't know why.
Hold on though.
I just
Not
feel
to
like,
I gotta ask this important question. You just said that the South Sudan people, they a lot of them don't get with each other. They get with a North Sudanese. Now, are most can you see me on on the
I'm,
computer?
actually, I cannot.
Okay.
I'm talking mostly about what's happening in Finland because I've never lived in Sudan.
Oh, okay, y'all. This is in Finland what she's observing. Okay, so we're not solely speaking on the Sudan, okay? But in Finland,
But yes, in Finland it's mostly like that. But in Sudan it's a different. It's in Sudan they like to marry each other
okay, they marry each other
within
in
the
the
tribe.
Sudan. But in
Yes,
Finland,
but then
now you're saying these men now are most South Sudanese women very dark skinned like Alec Weck, the model.
yes,
So do
yes,
you think
most
this
of
is the
us are.
cause? They live in a European nation. I find that a lot of these black men, like in England, are abandoning black
Yes,
women. So is that the problem that in Finland, the black men, they don't want the dark-skinned Sudanese women like Alec Weck, and that's why they're not marrying them? Is that what it is?
yeah, I think that's the main reason. And another reason is that they like to use this word ruin. Like they don't want to ruin us. They see us like they sisters and they don't want to make us whore, basically.
Hold
So
on.
they like to treat the white girls like, yes, they are like Arabic men because Arabic men also like to fool around with white girls and not with other Arabics. And when they are done and want to marry, then they go back to the Arabic women. So it's kind of the same thing going on
Okay.
here.
So you're saying that the men
And
in Finland, the Sudanese men in Finland, told you they don't want to ruin y'all, so they abandon you, go fuck a bunch of white women or
yes,
anything else, and then they come back to you after they sold their wild oats. They don't want to make you a whore. So it's okay for them, but they expect you to be a virgin, right?
exactly. It's that is what is happening. And also the other thing is, they don't want to fool around with us because they know our parents will basically force us to get married if the girl gets pregnant because it's not a good look and we really don't respect a woman getting pregnant out of wedlock. So
Do y'all
they will
believe in
force us
birth
to get married.
control? Are y'all against birth
What?
control?
No, no, we are not. We are not.
Do you practice the old ways where if you were a virgin, you had to put a white sheet under you and prove it by the community that it had to be blood on the sheet and you had to show it to the people to prove you're a virgin? Do y'all practice that?
No, we don't practice that. We don't.
How
But they
old?
do.
Mhm.
But, but they do want us, especially the girls, to wait until marriage.
Okay. Now, let me get my thoughts straight. Okay.
Yeah.
What is the number one religion that you practice?
It's Christianity. I just checked the stats about only 7% are Muslims in South Sudan. So most of us are Christians, and yeah, we practice Christianity.
Okay. Now, Nekisha, who is African American, she's 45 and
Uh,
thinks that 45, not old to me, but in other cultures. What's the average marriage age for Sudanese people? Do you have child marriages, and will the men marry an older woman who doesn't have children and still wants to get married? Um, is Tell us, do you have child marriage? What is the average marriage and age, and what is considered too old to get married?
um, in Sudan, I would say there is still child marriages. For example, my mom got married when she was 16, so it's still going on. But thankfully, they are starting to um, postpone the marriages. Um, so that's a good thing. But I would say that a woman who is 45 is too old for them because they like younger women, like women in their 20s. Um, and it's kind of the same in Finland, but it's not. But there's not a lot of child marriages here because obviously of the laws, and you're not allowed to get married in Finland until you are 18. So they cannot do that here. But I would say they do want women to get married in their early 20s, so they are still in the like they can still have children.
You know, the woman who called in, she is 45, but she doesn't have kids. Look, I'm 33. I don't have kids. I still look young. I still know I deserve a husband. And, you know,
Yeah, yeah,
I
yeah.
mean, I
It's
know.
not my. I don't think like that, but they do think that women that are over 30 are basically too old to marry.
Okay.
They like them young.
I don't know why. I don't get it. If I don't, but that's some parts of the world. So, okay, it's buffering. Give it 1 second. So, I'm so happy you
Yeah.
called from Finland. I mean, that is way across the world. Um, so right now
Yeah.
in America, it's 8:45 p.m. And in Finland, it's 8:45 p.m. in America. What time is it in Finland right now?
It's basically almost 4 in the morning.
Oh my God, you're
So
calling me at 4 o'clock in the morning over in Finland. So,
yeah, it's pretty late, but we have a summer vacation now, so I don't have school and I can pretty much stay up late.
okay. So, how is the swirling in Finland with Sudanese women and white men or other black women? Does your community look down on it if you get with a white man? Your men, will they talk about you? And do you see Finnish men with black women over there?
I mean, because most of my friends are South Sudanese, obviously, and most of us are with different races of men. Like, we don't, like, for example, I'm 21. I've never been with a black guy because I kind of have this physique that white men like more. Like, I'm tall and skinny. Um, I don't have an ass, so black men don't like that.
Yeah.
So, I would say most of us probably are going to end up with a white guy, with a white Finnish guy, and our parents would prefer us to be with other South Sudanese men, but they see how they act here, and most of them have white baby mama, and our parents don't like that. So they would um, they would allow us to like date other men as long as they marry us before we have children. It's okay with them. So that's
Okay.
how they think about it.
So tell me, slavery, was there slavery, the Arabic slave trade, or slavery within your own group? Was there any type of slavery in the Sudan? And if there was, do your men talk about it over and over and over and over and blame the white man for everything that could be wrong within your group?
Actually, there wasn't a slave trade in
Okay.
South Sudan, but there was in North. So I don't hear South Sudanese men talking about slavery, but they are pretty much whitewashed as hell too. So, but they don't blame the white man for everything wrong with them. So.
Nekisha, when I said there are parts of Africa that doesn't have Wi-Fi that works great, I know y'all might laugh with my internet issues these days, but is there in parts of is Wi-Fi all over Africa and flourishing communities with wonderful technology like in America and maybe in Finland?
No, no.
What about
There's a
Wi-Fi?
lot of parts that there's a lot of parts that are still living pretty much like the older times. So I don't know why a person who has lived in Finland or America would want to go back there. But there's still some parts of Africa who are developed, and but the whole economics and the safety reason, I wouldn't go back.
Okay. Now, somebody in the chat mentioned this, which is great. Do you still practice getting a dowry when you get married? That's when the men pay the family thousands of dollars to marry their daughter. Um, do you still
Yes,
do that?
yes, we do. We do, because my older sister got married. She got married with the Finnish man. So he basically had to pay my parents 10,000 euros. So
I didn't ask every call of this, but I should have. What is your take on some African American women who like to shame? They think getting money from your man is gold digging and it's wrong to be hypergamous. Now, it's changing, but I have heard some women talk about, oh, you being a gold digger, asking for some money from my own husband or future my man. So, what is your take on women who don't believe in having a dowry, who don't believe in that your man should be taking care of you financially? I know. What is your take on that? Since y'all do the dowry stuff.
I mean, I think that's stupid, because we still know, even though this whole feminism movement is going on, we still know that women are still taking care of their children for the most part, and they are cooking and cleaning. So I think that that's like the bare minimum you can ask from your husband to basically take care of you financially. And in our culture, it's basically required. Like, it's not like you cannot get married to a guy who cannot take care of you at all. So I don't understand the whole thing that you don't want a man to take care of you, because it doesn't make you like any less of a woman in our
Now,
culture.
now the Sudan, Lord, is that, I can't remember to be honest. Is that East Africa or West Africa or in the middle?
Can you ask that again?
Is the Sudan considered, because I forgot, is that the west part of Africa, east part of Africa, or in the middle?
It's the east part.
Now, a lot of African American men, they like how some Sudanese women look. A lot of y'all are very beautiful, but a number of them, the idea of him having to pay a dowry for you, they would never. A lot of them do not like to give no money. They don't even want to give you $100. A lot of them, or $20 for some food. So, how did the Sudanese people feel about the idea of any of you marrying an African American man?
I mean, if the man is the if basically if the man is willing to pay and provide for the woman, they wouldn't have a problem with that. But if he's acting like that, like he doesn't want to pay for the woman and everything, then that's not a good thing. And I don't know if many Sudanese women would even want that.
Okay.
At least one who have been like who are like me.
Okay. Is there, now I asked some controversial questions, but we have to know. Is there a high HIV rate within the Sudanese people over in the Sudan? Because some black women want to go to Africa. So, is there a high?
I haven't heard of that, so I would say no.
Okay. Okay.
But it's still very much underdeveloped, so I don't think South Sudan is the first place to go if you want to go back to the motherland.
Now,
So,
in the Sudan,
yeah.
I know that a lot of Africans like to eat lamb, goat lamb, some beef. Is there an abundance of fish and chicken in the Sudan? And are there supermarkets and at good prices over there?
As a person who is in Finland, I would say that there's not enough for everybody. Like people are still dying from hunger, so I wouldn't say that there's enough food. But it's basically like the more richer you are, the more you are going to have food. So the most poorest people are the ones who don't have enough food. And yeah, I would say there's not enough food for everybody.
I'm going to ask a stupid question. If I were to go there, I mean, do you have a lot of desserts, like a lot of milk chocolate and Snickers type of stuff? Like, what is the main type of dessert y'all eat over there?
We bake a lot of cookies, and there's this dessert. It's called zalabia, but it's basically like donuts.
Ooh.
And then you dip them in some chocolate, and it's pretty good. But mostly we eat like rice, vegetable, chicken, lamb, and yeah.
Are Sudanese men, when they do date you, are they romantic men? Are they affectionate men?
No, no, not at all.
Oh,
Not at all.
no. No, oh,
Not at
this.
all. And I think that Sudanese men think that we really don't deserve to be treated like that.
They think
In
you
my
don't
honest
deserve to be
opinion,
treated like that?
I honestly think that's why they don't do that, because they treat the white girl a lot better. Like they take them to the movies, and they go out eating with each other, but with us they don't do that. So
You just said Sudanese men in Finland or maybe in the Sudan, they treat white
yeah,
women better. They don't romance you. They won't take you out to eat. They don't think you deserve it. And y'all are some of the most beautiful women in Africa. Y'all hear this?
I mean they actually like the overweight white women more than us, even though we are beautiful and skinny or in shape. So Yeah, like I said, they are whitewashed too. So, um,
Same
like
thing over
anyway,
here. You will see dime piece black women. Even some white woman said it. Beautiful. And we'll see them. They'll talk about our weight. And the white woman will be hitting 400 pounds. No makeup on. A hair in a ponytail. Some flip flops on. Some Daisy Dukes with her cellulite out. And a bunch of babies that look, some of them ain't being taken care of. And they will uplift these women over us,
um,
and this is crazy.
yeah,
And you're saying it's the same thing with you beautiful Sudanese women.
yeah, and they can really use the excuse that we are overweight and we don't take care of each other because I don't know many South Sudanese women who are overweight. So it's the colorism and futurism going on here too. So it's kind of scary how we are experiencing the same thing, even though I live completely in different countries. Um, so yeah,
This is
it's a
only
big mess.
proving something. It's not the white man. It is a global problem with black men. Whether they, no matter where they from in Africa, Brazil, Latin America, America, what is going on with them? Because they love to put it on slavery and the white man. But you said they don't even talk about slavery, and they still doing this.
I mean, Finland never enslaved anybody, so they can't really use that excuse because actually Finnish people were enslaved by Russians and by the Swedish people. So, but they still got their country together. So,
Girl,
and
I thank you for.
Finland is a real
Oh, go ahead. I'm
yeah.
sorry.
Finland is a really small country. Like there's only 5 million people here, but they still built their country up, and so um, African men can't really use the same excuse they can use in America.
So tell me, the Sudanese men that live in Finland, because since we're talking about building and black men haven't really built like that, do these Sudanese
Mm,
men in Finland, do they even want to go back to Africa and build up Africa?
no, no,
Okay.
they don't.
Okay.
I mean, most of them have families here with white women, so I don't think they're going back anytime soon.
Oh my goodness. Lulu says it's in the black man's DNA. Who put this curse on them? Girl, I don't know. This is, listen, I'm going to have a part 2 and 3 and 4 and 6 talking to black women globally of all ethnicities. So I'll take about 2 to 3 more calls, then I got to go. So I want you to call back in. Make,
Okay.
make sure you're subscribed to me and you hit the bell for all
Yes,
notifications.
I'm subscribed. I've been
Okay.
subscribing for like a year now. So yeah, I
Oh,
do watch your videos.
okay.
I do, but I don't comment a lot. But
Okay. Okay.
I thought this was a good opportunity
Oh,
to.
yes. I said it. I want the African women to speak because a lot of people don't hear your voices. They just see African women as quiet, homemakers, tribal, marrying their men. And some of the black men in America say, see, y'all ain't like them. I'd rather take an African woman over y'all because you don't do nothing. And which is a lie. And now y'all are spilling the tea that these men are just as fucked up as these African American men, if not more. So this is something. Now I'm not
I
saying,
think there are more fun stuff.
oh, you know,
And like it's like what the South African woman said. It's the same thing here. Like my mom is like the other families. It's the same situation. The women are working outside of the home, and they come back, take care of the kids. They do all the house chores, um, and the men basically do nothing. My mom just recently divorced my father, but I have never seen my father cleaning up the house. He has never made food, and I think African women just suffer in silence because um, divorce and the whole thing is not really. Um, it's like you cannot do it in our culture, especially because the man feels like he owns you because he paid for you, basically. So, yeah.
Why can't men just love women? Why it gotta be all this? You know, I don't mind cooking and cleaning for my man. If he provides and he's affectionate, he's loving and kind. I mean, that's like a dream for some women who are, with domestic and stuff. Like, what's this need for power and oppression if you got a loving wife and all that? I mean, Lord, culture, do you think that the white man has saved humanity with some of his cultural ways? Yes, they go on that the white man was barbaric, but nowadays the laws that protect women comes from the white man system, the romancing and all that stuff. What do you think? Do you think white supremacy exists, and is it the worst thing in the South African woman said, we actually thank God for apartheid and colonization a little bit because it actually, the white man's culture advanced us in certain ways.
I mean, personally, I would live in a white supremacy world more than a black supremacy world if the men would act the same way they're acting now. So I think black men are worse than the white men. I think the reason they are so bad is because they are oppressed by all the men, so they want to feel powerful by oppressing us, even though it shouldn't be like that.
I don't let them get away with that I'm oppressed bullshit. Okay, that ain't no excuse to me as to why they can't try to build and do something and some of their fucked up cultural ways towards women and children. They need some help, seriously. So I'm going to take the next caller, okay? And I want you to call back again in any discussion, but especially when I'm going to have a part two. I'm speaking to African women.
Okay.
So, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I will listen to the rest of the show. So,
okay.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you. Bye.
Yes, bye.
Y'all are hearing it here. This is one of my most epic lives I have ever done. Part one was epic. This is epic. I know y'all know this is epic with all these different African women from the north, from the south, from the east to the west. Child. And I'm hearing it over and over. These Negroes ain't no different. We do all the working and the muling. And they're expected, we have to take care of him, the house, ourselves, build our houses out of cow doodle. FGM, they praise big old overweight white women over these beautiful Sudanese women over in Finland and in parts of the Sudan. She did say they do marry in the Sudan. You got every woman that has called has said there is a colorism and featureism problem. Every single one. And she even said it didn't even come from slavery. Hello? Turn me down. I can hear me in the background. Okay, I can hear, yes. Who's this?
So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Oh, yes. Are you?
I'm from Somalia.
Okay, let me get the picture. Okay, now I have a Somalian. I got it on the screen. I have a woman who is of the Somalian people now on the phone. Okay, I can hear you good.
Okay. Hi, Sabir. I've been following you for a long time since the beginning.
Thank you. Oh my God. So how old are you?
I am 28.
Okay. So you have been listening to this live, and I have been in a state kinda of shock with some of the things I have been hearing from the African women. Now,
Well, it's the same here.
it's
Same as all the girls before me were same.
she just said, y'all. Speak up a little louder. I have you on speaker, but it's a
Okay.
little low. She
Okay.
she just
Okay.
said, y'all. It's the same thing with us Somalian women. Now, any African woman or man that sees this, don't get all in your feelings and hate me and get offended. Everybody has their own experience, but a lot of us don't know what goes on because we're not from Africa or of the culture. And most of the time, most African women are very kind of quiet. You don't really hear about what goes on. So, spill some tea for us. You're 28 years old. You live here in America.
Yes, I do, and but I grew up in Africa, and I went back a lot because my parents still live there. Um, but most of the time you don't hear anything from us because we are told to keep it in house, and we're told like you don't like air out your dirty laundry, and you don't like sell out to your own people. And actually, my boyfriend is white, and I was actually talking to him about this live, and I was telling him like how I'm gonna talk about this stuff, and he's like, I'm like, I don't tell you half this stuff because it's so bad, you know. And I'm not trying to make my people look bad. I mean, everybody has their flaws, but you know.
Okay, everyone leave the number one in the chat if you can hear her clearly, okay? If you can hear her, if it's good. I can hear you a little bit, but I want to make sure everyone could hear you.
Can you hear me
Okay,
better now?
yes. Now, people in the chat, the women are saying, man, this is a spell. This is some type of spell. So,
Yeah.
thank you, Tazzy. This is I don't believe it's a spell. But, it's something going on, something in the water that these black men are trifling as hell and all across the globe. And okay, so you said that the African women suffer in silence. You're told to keep your business in the house. This is the same thing they say here to black American women. Don't they don't like us talking about what we talk about. So okay, everybody can hear you. So okay,
Okay, good.
now I know you might not answer this, but is the FGM cutting of the clitoris common? You don't have to say if it happened to you. Do you know women?
So yeah, it depends on the region. Like I think the bigger cities it doesn't happen as much, but from where I'm from the like the Oscars of town and stuff like, and it happened, and it usually happens at the age of 7. My mother though did not want me to go um, do it, and it's usually up to I think the mothers, but it's very shameful. And like if you live in the little villages and stuff, it's shameful if you don't have it done because how would the man know you're pure? How will he know you'll stay at home and not cheat on him? I have
Oh,
no
see,
idea.
you
Like,
just said the key word. Okay, she said in the village, they consider it a shame if your clit isn't cut off. That how would your man think you're pure? Well, you wouldn't. How would you? The way you know if I'm a virgin is if my hymen is gone, not my clitoris. And cheating because he knows that the orgasm comes from the clit, and that's how he don't want you cheating because if he ain't handling his business or he knows you have desires, he knows you have a clit, so he wants it chopped off. You see how sick this is?
yeah.
Why do the women go along with this? Has it been going on for so long, for hundreds of years, that they've been brainwashed?
Yeah, definitely. And I think the reason they choose 7 years old is because I think if they do it any younger than that, I think maybe he'll die. Because my neighbor got it done, and I thought she was gonna die when I saw her.
Listen,
And
let me ask you this. I'm sorry. If they're gonna cut me, are they at least gonna use a numbing cream or put me to sleep so I don't have to feel that knife cut my clit? Are they at least gonna do that so I don't scream in agony?
no, no,
No!
no. They're gonna have like a bunch of women like hold you down and stuff.
the women hold you down while they get the knife?
I will never have my daughter. Like, my mother did it. And I know a lot of girls. Like, when I was in Ethiopia, like, there was the woman that did it. She walked around the village. All the girls would hide every time she comes around because they're like, oh, she was going to do it to you. But I knew my mother was never going to do it to me. And I don't think I would. It's, like, horrible.
This shit needs to be banned.
But
Period.
they're trying to. They're trying to. In the villages now, they're like, if you don't do it to your daughter, we'll give you a livestock. So, because it's at the age of 7, after that, she's too old. So they're like, at that age, they're like, oh, we'll give you this, like, goat or chicken and stuff if you don't do it, you know? And then, so that's helping a lot. They're also bringing awareness. Like, it's not as much in the city, but.
Girl. Whoo! Now, does this come from men? Were men where does this come from? Is it the African man in Africa, or did it come from the Middle East? And is it from the men who said cut it off? Was it them?
So it originally comes from Egypt, and then from Egypt it went to religion. They believe that when Abraham was in Egypt, Egyptian wife, I don't know what her name was in the Bible, but she got it done, and that's why they do it.
This got to stop. I mean, don't they know? Why don't these men know that that's how we have an orgasm? Like, why don't they know this?
They know that. They don't care.
Mm.
You know, this is a culture that's very male identified.
Okay. So tell me, what is the main religion in Somalia?
Mostly Muslim. We used to have a lot of Christians before the war, but now it's mostly Muslim, if not all Muslim.
Somebody named Hassan in the chat, he says it don't come from the Middle East. He said that you lying.
It doesn't come from the Middle East?
Yeah, that's what he's claiming. You know he might be lying, but that's what he's saying, that it's a lie.
No, it came from Egypt. You can look it up. You can Google it. Where does that come from in Islam? And it'll tell you it comes from Abraham's time. And the reason I know this is because I used to debate women about it and why we shouldn't practice it.
Okay, I don't know. Some people in here are saying it's not Islamic. Listen, I know that shit is all over Africa, some parts of the Middle East. I mean, it's not everywhere, but, that's why I said, Nekisha, if you're watching, you better research, because I would ask my man. I did talk to an Egyptian man. He never asked me anything about that. I mean, he knew I wasn't Egyptian. I didn't ask him about it, but he never hinted he had a problem with a woman having a clitoris or anything. I don't know how common that is in Morocco, because I talked to a Moroccan guy, but any man I deal with, period, but especially from these regions, he could be from the Middle East, he could be from Africa. I'm gonna ask him, listen, does your people practice this? Because if we're gonna have kids, if I'm gonna deal with you, if that happened, I can't have this happen to my daughter. I can't. I'm not gonna allow it. Period.
I don't think the men care as much. I think it's from what I know from experience from being back home, it's usually the woman that insists, that, like the mothers and stuff in the army.
They crazy. The women are insistent, child. Okay. So tell me about the Somalian men. Now, the woman from the Sudan, now, is the Sudan close to Somalia since it's in the East African region?
Yeah.
Do y'all get along?
Sorry?
Do y'all get along? Because there's tribalism, ethnicity wars throughout Africa, and some people don't want to mix with other groups. Do the Sudanese and the Somalian group, do y'all get married together? Do you get along with each other?
Well, we don't really see each. Sorry. We don't usually see each other or have much contact with each other. As far as in America, I think we get along. I mean, okay. I have a lot of friends from all over Africa I get along with. Usually people stick to their own culture and their own people. But as far as marrying with each other, we don't really. If we're gonna marry out, it's usually maybe other Ethiopians or like other Muslims. But yeah, that's about it.
Okay, someone did say in the chat they just looked it up and said they found that the Egyptian women mum. Okay, now we're connected. You know, people want to debate whether it's from the Middle East, whether it's from Africa. I don't even care where it came from fully. All I know, just because something is an ancient practice don't mean it's right. People don't bound their heads no more to make them all huge like the Egyptian statues. You know, it's called progression. Let certain things just go. Let it go. You already said they know we can't have no orgasm. They don't even give a damn. They gonna cut it off. Hell no. And you want your wife to be pleased, don't you? Don't you want your wife to have an orgasm with you? Child, this ain't right.
Well, there's something like more shocking that the caller from the other day should know. This is practiced a lot in a lot of Muslim countries. If a woman does get raped by a man, she's forced to like marry that man, not bring shame to her family, and that is practice where I come from.
Why don't they just arrest them? Why can't they just arrest the rapist? What's the problem with the raping?
When I asked my aunt, she said that because it might start a war between the families, and she said it's better this way. It's resolved within the family members and stuff.
How in the hell you gonna marry me off to a man that held me down and raped me and hurt me? You gonna marry me? I'll jump on a boat and I'll go into the ocean before you go marry me off to my damn rapist. And so what if it caused a war between the families? Why your family trying to defend a man that raped a little girl or raped me? Why you a religious group of people? Why are you defending a fucking rapist?
I honestly don't know the logic, but like tribalism is everything, and that start of war between families is a big deal.
Okay. Now tell me, is colorism and featureism a big problem? Sorry for this issue. Okay, give it a second. Okay, everyone, it reconnected. She just admitted that there is a huge colorism and featureism problem within the Somali group. So if Nekisha, who's African American, let's say she's dark skinned, if she decides to go to Somalia, she might run into the same problem she faced here in America with the black men. They're colorist and featurist. Right.
And texture struck, like your hair matters too. Maybe more than your color, the color of your skin.
Okay, so you just said that the hair texture can matter more than the skin complexion to the Somalian men.
Correct.
Okay. So does this cause a lot of depression and jealousy amongst hold on. Okay, give it a second. Come on, internet. Okay. What state are you calling from again?
Minnesota.
Okay, I heard yes, there's a lot of East Africans in Minnesota. So
yeah.
Okay, somebody said run black women, run fast. Okay, so the hair texture can matter more than skin color. Texturism is more popular. So let it reconnect. All right. Okay. So you said in Ethiopia it's more about color, but in Somalia it's more about hair texture. So this is a global. Now, does this, like the black American man likes to say, does this problem come from the white man as to why featureism and colorism is over there?
I don't think so. I think they created this hierarchy on their own, honestly. For what reason is, I think, to cause division among women, and competition among women. But it's definitely, we don't have that much white influence. We don't even care about like white people like that.
Okay. Okay. All right. So she just said the colorism and texturism that is in Somalia and Ethiopia, it doesn't come from the white man. The men did it to create division amongst the women. So, pro black people that see this, I'm gonna need you to shut the hell up about white supremacy being the cause of why so many of you black men are like this. Okay? We have African women calling up, spilling that damn tea. What you gonna say now? So, okay. Let me see these questions. So, in Somalia, is there good working Wi-Fi in Somalia?
Yeah, there's good working Wi-Fi.
Is there hot water in Somalia? These are questions some people don't know about. Is there hot water in Somalia?
It depends on where. Where I'm from, like rural village, no, there wasn't. But in the bigger city, there was.
So being okay, you know, a lot of African American pro black women, they're all about unity. They believe that every black person will get along just because they're black and just because they've decided to go to Africa. Hold on. I think it's disconnected. Okay. I think I'll ask two more questions. Okay. Okay. I think they can hear me. Um, if you hear beeping, sorry, because people are calling in. You know, I don't know. They, you know. So, okay. Okay, let's just keep this going. Hopefully. Okay. Give it one little quick little second. Okay, everyone, sorry for this connection issues that I'm having. So, so do y'all even date different throughout Africa?
Not really. I know a lot of like West African friends, and a lot of their men. I personally don't, because they're like really, really color struck. But like one of my friends, she's Fulani, and she's from East Africa, and her family are like diplomats and stuff, and her brother has like a lot of money, and he's like, oh, I really want to marry like you and whatever, and the whole reason was because of the way I look, and I thought that was such an insult. Like, are you serious? What if my kids, you know, then are you gonna disown them if they look like you?
You know, it's a rumor that a lot of West African men in America, they fetishize and obsess over East African women because of the more different, more heavier, mixed looking type of features to them. Now, the African, since we're talking about Africa, is it true a lot of West African men, do they try to holler at a lot of Somalian, Eritrean, and Ethiopian women based on featureism and sometimes colorism?
Yes, yes, and it's really bad. And the sad part is they're like not shy about it, and it's like they're bluntly will tell you that's the whole reason they're approaching you, and I don't think that's attractive. That's not attractive to my friends. You know, like I don't know why. I don't know if that's a cultural thing, but that's, you don't talk like that.
Okay, so more strongly Negroid looking African American women, like, I don't know how Nekisha look, but who think they gonna go to Africa, maybe West Africa, but West African men, a lot of them, they don't like strongly Negroid features.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, they don't. And the biggest thing actually is that's going against her, I think, is her age. You know, like the Sudanese sister before me said they really like them young. You know, So for her to think that she's going to go to Africa at 45 years old and marry an African man and live happily ever after, good luck unless he's like you're paying him or something. But
Okay. Girl.
and I'm old. I'm 28 and I'm considered ancient.
That's not even old. That's young as shit still. I
But if
mean,
it's 25, if you're 25 or older, you're like, why aren't you married? Like you're old.
mm-mm-mm. Okay. Well, because of this internet issue, I think I'll take 1 to 2 more calls. So I'm going to go ahead and go. I am having a part 2 and 3 in the future to this discussion, all types of discussions, and I want many African women to call in. So thank you, okay?
Well, it was a pleasure
All
talking
right.
to you, and thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Okay, y'all. So we have another African woman. So far, I've talked to South African, Sierra Leone, Sudanese, Somalian, all spilling it. Okay, I have a call. Okay, turn me down in the back. I can hear me.
Hello?
Okay. Hello. Okay. Now, I am having some internet problems. I will tell you if it disconnects or not. So tell me, are you African and what is your ethnicity?
Hi, darling. I am definitely African. I'm South African. I am a Zulu woman.
Okay. I am speaking to another South African woman. Okay. So tell us the tea, everything we've been talking about. What do you have to say?
I would say this to Miss Nekisha. If you want to come to Africa at the age of 45 for the purposes of love, for the purposes of marrying, you better be some freaking unicorn of a woman. If you want to get with the billionaire that you so love, you better have, as you've seen in the live, we have some very beautiful women here in Southern Africa. You remember Sarah Langa? I know that you love her.
Oh, yes.
She's part South African, I believe, and also part Swati. And her squad of friends, if you remember Kefilo Mabote, those are the cream of the crop, the most desired women in South Africa. Very sophisticated, very beautiful women. You have those women to compete with if you want the likes of Aliko Dangote, if you want, the cream of the crop when it comes to men. So you're coming at the age of 45 years old. Yes, you don't have a child that's going to be considered a plus in your favor, but what do your eggs look like now? What are the genetics that you could produce in terms of Down syndrome? Are you sophisticated? Can they take you and go and flaunt you when they go and meet whoever from wherever? You better be a unicorn of a woman. But now I would say this. I remember she said that she's on a truck driver's salary.
Yeah, but I did
Hello?
say, yes, I did say it's only $900 to $1,000 to get on the plane and go to Africa. And she agreed it's not a lot. She, agreed it's not a lot of money to go. She didn't tell me how much she saved up, but she said maybe she could leave in about a year or two. So.
Listen, my love. Unless you're going to be able to do something here that's going to sustain you and insulate you from the social ills that plague this country. And when I say insulate you, you're going to be able to get into a gated community so that when you're driving your car in the middle of the day, you don't get hijacked. You don't get, Sarah Langa, if you remember, she went to Global Citizen, what's this event called, by Beyonce, she was performing. A bunch of men, a bunch of thugs tried to actually traffic her.
Are you serious?
They tried to put her in. I kid you not. Sarah Langa, and they targeted her because they said, "Oh, she's the most beautiful one. She's the one with the light skin. Let's get her." It was a disaster.
And
So
this is black
unless you
men.
have, unless you have a strong network of people, a strong network of men who are respected and feared by, the thugs and the delinquents around here that protect you and insulate you, you're in trouble. All right? And for
Yeah.
you to get into those sort of gated communities and upper middle class communities, you're going to look at something about 50,000 rand per month that you need in order to live there and live comfortably, right? And you need that as a consistent source of income. And looking at the way this country is being managed, we're on the way of becoming a failed state. The way our politicians are looting the country, selling mining rights to the biggest briber who comes from wherever and doesn't consider his own people first. Unimaginative people running the country into the ground while fattening up their pockets. And if you don't listen to what we say, at least watch what the rich in Africa do. I'm going to talk about some people and drop some names because, I don't care like that. And we need to tell the truth. You know Anna Bay, right? I'm sure all of us know Anna Bay.
Sounds familiar.
The Level Up coach, right? She recently went to a finishing school in Switzerland, I believe. And while she was there, she tagged a bunch of women. And amongst those women, there was Aliko Dangote's daughter, I believe, or President Buhari's daughter as well. These women of these Nigerian men that you want so much, their daughters are being educated in the West. They're being educated in Europe. The uber rich of South Africa are working hard at getting dual citizenship in countries like Australia, in countries like United States of America. Okay? They're staying here, yes, because there are some business opportunities. For example, there was a Foschini, there's a retail giant store called Foschini here in South Africa. The owner of it moved to freaking England and married one of the aristocrats of England, a niece, a nephew, or a niece or something. And she's like 30 years younger than him. Even he's a white man.
Mm-hmm.
So even they know what's up. They know what's the strategy. You have to have an exit strategy for Africa. And I myself, I'm putting measures in place so that I have an exit strategy. I have a foothold somewhere else so that when this country goes belly up and the inflation drives the rand into the ground and there's no way to live, I can at least get out of here. And for those of my relatives who won't be able to get out of it, I tell them every day, you know what, you guys need to stop letting those farms die. You need to start farming your own food like our ancestors did. Because the people running this country are going to run it right into the ground. They don't care about you.
So, Mandela, who was a black man, did he fail South Africa?
Let me tell you this. Oh God, this is a doozy. This is a controversial one. When you spend 27 years in jail, you're kind of gonna try and get the best deal for the job and just get the rusting, the beating up of each other and the killing of each other over and done with. That's what's gonna happen. But yes, the general consensus is that we look at Mandela as someone who sold out the country, but at the same time, we don't look at him as this useless man because before that, he was very militant. He's the man who went up into Tanzania and started training people, for active militia that was going to engage, the oppressive government of the time.
Okay.
So it's taboo for us to say that. It's painful for us to say that. But, we do believe that he sold us out, to the Manelo family during those, Peace and Reconciliation talks of 1994.
Yeah.
They failed us. If you want to get an idea of that, I would watch a documentary, I don't know if it's available in the United States, of Umamwini Mandela, his wife, and the betrayal, how he betrayed her, and how that Desmond Tutu that everyone loves so much and quotes every day about those who stand on the side of injustice and that neutral blah, blah, blah. You're going to have to see what he did this sort of, yeah, we do look at him as someone who basically sold us out. Yeah.
Now, when you said the top leaders are all over Europe, so what Putin said, the Russian president, he said Africa is a graveyard, a cemetery. He said that the rich African men, their schooling, everything they invest in is from the white man. They only come back to Africa to die. So basically,
Come and die.
so had the African black man failed Africa, and is it the white man's fault? Is it white supremacy, as Nekisha said?
Let me tell you this. Look at how old some of these countries are, some of these independent countries are, because we're quite a young democracy. We're only 24 years old. We look at the trends of the countries that got their independence before we did. And it seems that the general consensus across Africa is that they are all failed states. And they're deteriorating, and nobody is trying to build anything.
Now,
and all of those who are, building infrastructure seem to have to come from the outside.
Yes, like the Chinese now is all over Africa. So
you see, but then I laugh at the people who, because a lot of people are complaining about, oh, look at Chinese, they're coming to colonize Africa. I laugh because when Anglo-American, which is not a South African country, comes into South Africa and mines our gold and our diamonds before a South African company does, nobody has a problem with that. And we have state-owned companies that have basically been looted and run into the ground, and they're all bankrupt. So there's just fiscal mismanagement of the state, and it's going to become a failed state soon unless the private sector sort of like saves it. I'm someone who's a businesswoman as well here in SA. In as much as I love my country, in as much as I love my people, I love being here at home. I want to have myself established here, but at the same time, I would be stupid not to have some kind of exit strategy for this place, for myself, to become globally mobile, so that when shit hits the fan here, I can leave. So, Miss Nekisha, if you want to come here, give me your passport. I'll show you what to do with an American passport. Give it to me.
Yes. Oh my goodness. So, African American men, they love to say that Africa has been raped. The white man and every other race of man has raped the black man. But I feel like he let them come in. Why did he kill their ass or fight back? And why is it that the African American man has so much hatred for white people, but Africans don't even seem to hate white people on the same level, and slavery was coming out of Africa. So is the African black man? Hold on. Okay, let me skip that real quick. Lion E wanted me to ask you, how do your people feel about the Chinese colonizing Africa? Are they even upset about it, or are they happy?
Oh, we hate it. We hate, basically, we have a problem with all forms of colonization. Because essentially, this is what's happening. There's mining companies popping up all over South Africa. And how you get into mining in Africa, you have to get a permit, right, from the government. Someone has to sign off your permit to explore and to look at the rocks and see which place has some potential. There's an entire process for that. And we're saying no way that there are no South African capable metallurgists and geologists and people who have the capacity to mine this stuff and process it right here in Africa. But what's happening is that those politicians are keeping those permits and denying everyone until someone comes and says, listen, give me this permit and I'll give you a kickback of X amount of million rands or dollars, literally for sale. And we're all seeing this in the government, But the problem is that people are so stubborn. Everyone is so loyal to the current political party. Nobody wants to vote for something different, because we feel this attachment and this need to be loyal, because that political party is what freed us from apartheid. But
Okay.
then that political party has not fulfilled its promises to its people of what was said was going to happen after the said freedoms that were
Okay.
supposed to come.
Um, Tell me something real quick. Okay.
Hmm.
Tell me, do South African women, I did have another South African woman call in. Do South African women, do they want to date African American men? And if they do or don't, why?
Um, for me personally, I'm going to say hell no.
Okay.
Because we see the dysfunction from across the pond. We see the abuse from across the pond. And my friends and I, we can see the colorism from, the media, the kind of music that's created.
Okay. By the African
We
American
see
men.
the outrageous things that Lil Wayne and 50 Cent and them, and these are people that, obviously African Americans hold in high regard. They're sort of like your international sports world. Because everybody listens to Rick Ross, even like in the freaking Middle East, Drake and them. They love them. They love the rap music. So when they say this about your women, they desecrate the image of their own women. We can only imagine the kind of dysfunction that happens now at an interpersonal level. So, no. The women that will take a liking to African American men are the ones who the African American men would obviously like and put on a pedestal. So those would be the light-skinned women, the women with textured hair, and who would actually stand a chance and would be put on a pedestal. But I don't know if they have the sense to know that, given the opportunity, those same African American men and African men, to be quite honest, would throw them under the bus for the next best and the next lighter thing and the next straight hair thing and the next blonde thing. You know.
You know,
So for me personally, it would be a no.
do you
And
feel
funnily enough, there's a princess, a Swazi princess who just had a baby by a basketball player. I don't know if they actually got married. I never saw any social media posts or announcements.
wow.
But that's interesting. That was interesting to see.
Now this is a
I think
funny
he's part of the Lakers.
I got a funny question. It's been said in the chat. Do
Mm-hmm.
you think the African man and the African American man and the African Hispanic man, all of them, you think they cursed? Is it a spell on them? Are they cursed? Why do you think they fucked up like this
Mm-hmm.
everywhere they go? What do you think this is the problem?
You know what? At some point, I believed, and I think for a little bit, I still do believe that I blame myself
You blame yourself.
as a woman.
Oh,
No, let me get to the if maybe our parenting something went wrong,
I've said something like
right?
that in a live that some women do have to take responsibility for why some of their sons have no morals.
And only come back to cook, and then when it's time you're done cooking, you have to have sex with this man, and then you go to sleep and think that you're going to produce functioning offspring that have morals and values when you haven't had time to sit your child down and teach them those morals and values.
Yeah.
So the fact that we had to work so hard to feed our families does affect our ability and our inability to now mother our children. But then they get to have a cop-out for that, especially here in SA, because what happened during, they blame colonization, right?
Mm-hmm.
They'll say what happened during colonization is that the European men came and burned, which is something that did happen, history. They burned our crops and killed our cattle, stole them, so that we would now become hungry and be dependent on them, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they would create now this labor that is needed to dig out the gold that's in Johannesburg. That's how the cheap labor was created here in South Africa. Because before, they tried to enslave us, did these bitter wars, and that was just expensive. So they devised a strategy and managed to now make us dependent. But then that's a cop-out, because we can see that long before the white men arrived in Africa, some shit was happening.
Oh yes, I've been reading up
And
on it. Oh, sorry. Let
And
me.
now I would actually look to Ethiopia as well and see what that society looks like, because I believe it's the only African country that was never colonized. Right?
Okay.
So if that country was never colonized, and if they have the same dysfunctions as us here down south, as the women in the central, as the women in the west, and the women in the north, then what exactly is it?
Thank you.
Is it this toxic patriarchy and this toxic need to dominate over women, that domination now ties our hands and we cannot do our jobs as mothers and raise our sons properly?
You know, Pat.
Is it that toxic?
I'm sorry.
I tried, my Lord, I've tried to think and try to rationalize to see what went wrong when and where, so that I can try and fix it for my child if I have a black child, so that I can make sure that I raise a better type of son. Because I see these little boys, little 10-year-old boys, taunting little black girls in school, especially those private schools where, you will find that there are multiracial schools. There's colored girls, Indian girls, and white girls. Because they want to have access to those other girls, they will now start taunting black girls to appease these other white girls.
It's
We become the
disgusting.
sacrifice.
Disgusting.
And I look at these little boys and I think, who the hell is your mother? Who is your sperm donor father? So that I can come and just, I don't know, give them a good talking to or something.
I think.
Because you are.
I'm sorry. Let me say this. Thank you for the donations. The chat is moving quick. I wasn't able to respond to everybody. Nora Bell, I did read my emails from yesterday. I have 3 stories I will share. Because of the buffering, I can't pull up my emails on here because it's going to mess up this whole chat. But I can read it when everything is over. I am going to have part 2s, 3s, and 4s to this. And, those of you who missed what she said when it disconnected, she said, some of the problem, you have the women. Look, you're at work from 8 to 6. You come home, you cook, you please your man. Same thing every day. And you're not there to sit down with your child and raise them, give them morals. Pastor Manning said, we have, not all of us, damn it, but the black man has a God problem. It's a moral, something wrong morally, why this is a global thing. She said, like the caller that called in from Somalia, the East Africans who weren't even colonized, they didn't have colonization, but yet they're saying the same damn thing. So it is a much deeper problem, and she's trying to understand and figure out what the hell is wrong. What's going on with the black man on a global scale, that he abuses his woman, will not build, creates division based on hair color, features, and skin tone.
No, but it's like, it's really troubling, because for the majority of black women, those who are not, because we know that there's a growing rift between the classes. Middle class doesn't even exist anymore. It's not going to be realistic for them to try and, open up their dating options to the international dating market. There's a bunch of my sisters and my cousins who have to live with these men, who's not going to be maybe the doctor or the lawyer or the whatever. So I have to understand that what the hell is happening, or what the hell is going to happen here, if maybe I ever decide to leave, and my sister and my cousin who's left here having to deal with these men.
Yeah.
So Miss Nekisha, that very same dysfunction you're trying to escape in the United States of America, it's waiting for you here. It is waiting for you, and it will swallow you whole, unless you have a plan, and a very good plan, and some serious money behind you.
Okay, Nekisha, she said the dysfunction is waiting for you. Come on over. Shantella, I will be doing a Caribbean one. Oh, yes. I didn't think of that. Some of you have been saying this in the chat. Y'all want to call in too about the Caribbean, and I will be doing that as well. So, oh my God. So, y'all have just been spilling the tea. This is my second South African caller. But now I think I'll take my last call, y'all, because I have to eat dinner. So, thank you for calling. I want you to call back when I do part 2, 3, and 4 and everything. And in the other video I do.
Okay, I'll try
Okay.
to do so.
Okay. Bye.
Okay, goodbye.
Okay.
Call from.
I think I'm taking the last caller. Hello?
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 Can you hear me?
Yes. Okay. Now because of the internet issues, I think this will be the last call. I'll tell you if we're connected or not, because I don't want you to be talking and nobody can hear nothing because the internet problem. Okay.
Okay.
So, everyone, okay, before we get started talking, she exposed it all. Okay, we have women from Somalia call in. Now, I'm waiting for somebody Ethiopian. I got these pictures ready. So, okay, are you African?
Yeah, I am. I'm Somali. Unfortunately, I'm
Okay,
not.
I don't know. Listen, I got love for all of y'all. I want to share all these pictures I put together. Okay, so I got Somalian women back on the screen. Okay, I'm talking to another Somalian woman. Okay, so how old are you? And tell everybody what you got to say.
Okay, I'm 20. I was born and raised in America. I live in Massachusetts. Like the whole African, I don't know, because I can't speak for everybody. I can only speak for Somalis, and I feel like it depends because Somalis are very tribal. Like they're very tribal, and it's like certain regions, certain people live there, but and then now it's kind of mixed because after the war, people moving to Kenya, moving to America, like just moving in and out. And I just feel like Somalis, they have a big problem with men and not really women, because I feel like these days men are more coddled, and I don't really know why. It's a big problem. Like they don't really teach men to be men, and I feel like it's I don't know I feel like it's because that has become an American thing too. Like it's become everywhere else men are being coddled by women, and women are told to be tough, go get a job, go do this, but not.
1 second. It gotta reconnect. It disconnected. Okay. It's reconnected. Alice B, I think that was you calling from Washington, D.C. I think you're Ethiopian. A lot of Ethiopians live in Washington, D.C. I want a Nigerian woman to call up too. Okay, so I'll let you be the next caller, Alice B. I think that was you from Washington. Let me know in the chat. Okay, I hear some background noise in the back.
I'm sorry about that.
Okay, it's okay. So I'm sorry to cut you off. It had disconnected, but it's back. Alsby, was that you from Washington, D.C.? Let me know. And I can't wait for a Nigerian woman to call in too, and a Tanzanian woman. Okay, so go ahead and finish. I'm sorry.
What part did I cut off on?
Let me get my thoughts straight. I'm sorry. I can't remember.
It's okay. I'll just.
You said the men are coddled. You said the guys are coddled, and you don't know why. And
yeah, they are. And it's weird because it's they expect men to be strong, but they still coddle them at the same time. I don't the psychology doesn't make any sense. And it's they expect that somehow if I treat my son in the household, you can see in the house, the daughters do everything, the men do nothing, and
okay, something happened where it cut off, and it was not me. So I'm sorry that happened. I keep saying I'm taking my last calls. I will take 2 more calls. I am hoping for Alsby to call back. I think that was you from Washington, D.C. I want a Tanzanian woman to call. I want to call. Okay, this call is, let's see. Hello?
Hello?
Yes. Hello?
Hi, hello.
Yes. Are you
Is this the
African?
live?
But they can't hear anything yet, so hold on for really quick. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, y'all. So, I have a woman now on the phone. She is Ethiopian. And what is your name in the chat? Because Owlsby, she said she wanted to call in too. I thought you might be Owlsby.
Oh,
I think she's
no, no.
She's
I can
Ethiopian.
get off if
No, no,
she's
no, no.
calling.
You can stay because I'll take the next call. I think she's Ethiopian as well.
Is it Almaz? Almaz? That's
Yeah.
an Ethiopian name. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So you've been hearing everything. So many African women from the south to the west to the east spilling the tea, letting us know it's not all peaches and cream like we've been led to believe in Africa. And some feel they have to keep their mouth shut and not talk about certain things. So, what do you want to share with us about the culture between men and women? Anything regarding, colorism, featureism, the men building, FGM, um, all types of things, because Nekisha wants to go and thinks this is the answer. So, what do you have to say to that?
Sure. So Ethiopia is a very ancient country,
Mm-hmm.
and today it's kind of mixed. We still have that ancient part, and so we have female genital mutilation.
Oh.
The legend is that it started because the queens of Ethiopia, like their advisors, didn't want them to be seduced by men. And so that's the legend behind how it was started in Ethiopia. Because like once you cut that part off, you don't feed anything.
That's terrible.
Yeah.
Why continue
That's
it
the
though?
legend.
I mean,
Yeah.
I see Ethiopians always smiling and prideful and happy. We love our culture. The women seem like they can't wait to marry Ethiopian men. So if they know it came from the queen, the men, the men in power didn't want them to have other men lust for them and have wonderful sex life and cut off her clit. If y'all know if the origins of it is terrible, why continue it?
Yeah, I mean, like the government is working on it. I think they've made progress, but I don't know how far.
And
and we have early marriage, like 11-year-old, 12, and they've been like trying to educate people because in the countryside, like almost above 90% of our people are illiterate. 85% of Ethiopians are farmers, and so they're trying to educate people and say, send girls to school and do this and do that.
Now, when they get married, I'm sorry. Let me ask you this real quick.
No,
when y'all get married at 11 years old, are y'all expected in the countryside? Are y'all
it doesn't happen in the cities.
Okay, but are those 11-year-old girls expected to have sex on the wedding night? And when they do get pregnant, I heard about the fistula problem when the body ain't developed, and when they give birth, a big hole is between their vagina and anus because they're not prepared for birth, and that the pee and the doo-doo keeps falling out, and they kick them out the house and put them in a hut because of the smell. If they can see that it causes a hole to rip apart during her pregnancy when she gives birth, why keep doing it? Wouldn't common sense tell you she ain't developed to have no damn baby? And how old are these men they get married? How old are these men?
That's the thing with the tradition. The men tend to be like 17 or 16 or maybe 19, like in that range. And so it's like the ideal is to give multiple births. You to have 10 to 12 children.
Can they afford it though? Isn't
it's about like out of the 10, 12 children you give birth to, like most might die. So that's kind of why they start early, which is wrong, but that's how it, and it's tradition. But now things are changing with dating. Tradition. What has been is that there is a level of respect. There was. I don't know about today. That's confusing, but
there's a role Ethiopian women play, which is a very feminine role. That there is power in femininity, and that's why it's mistaken always. You know, like water, stone is seen as strength, but water is also very strong. Like you can see valleys, you can see the Grand Canyon, right? That's because of water. So the way the strength of Ethiopian women is in the soft. Unlike here, which breaks my heart, seeing Black women in the U.S. be at the front line of what's going on. So like women, like you just stay at home and you let the men handle it.
Okay, so
so Ethiopian people are first of all, Ethiopian people are very proud people, and that I guess you can say we're prejudiced towards everyone else except Ethiopian. So even when you say I'm going to get married, the first question is he an Ethiopian? Is she an Ethiopian? And then you say yes to that, like, okay, thank God. And which tribe, which ethnicity? Because even among ourselves, we have prejudice and we have stereotypes. So if you say I'm marrying this other ethnicity and your family's the opposite, and you say, oh no, she's, oh, this is not good. But still, even despite these prejudices and stereotypes, we're really mixed people. And we've been mixed amongst ourselves, and my parents are mixed. Like I'm a mixed result. That so many of us are mixed, and also we've been mixed with other people outside of Ethiopia.
Yeah.
But the one thing is the Ethiopian side always dominates. So whether they're coming from Kenya, whether they're coming from Sudan, Somalia, Yemen, Israel, any country, it's always the Ethiopian side that wins. We absorb them into our culture. And we take things from them, we learn things from them, but at the end of the day, it's the Ethiopian side that dominates. So if that children grow up with an Ethiopian identity.
Okay. So, I mean, I talked to an Ethiopian guy. He was so cute. I never had these deep discussions with him, though. It didn't last that long, but he, so if I were to move to Ethiopia and I have a child, okay, usually you're going to take on the culture of where you live. So, but if I have a daughter with him, it's going to be expected that my daughter is circumcised. That's because,
No, because you're going to the cities.
Okay.
We have many cities. Those cities are fine. Those female genital mutilations happen in the countryside.
Okay, and
because you know that most of our women are in the countryside, so that's why I raised that. I didn't want to say, I didn't want to focus on the cities as well, just on the cities, because the reality is 85 of our people are farmers. They're in the countryside.
So tell me,
when you go to the capital. It's like any other city. It's a growing city. It's a metropolis. So. Yeah, you'll get catcalled a lot on the street. It's very common. So there's still, just like anywhere else, there are conflicts. There's rape, yes, there is domestic violence, just like everywhere else. It's called Defet. It's based on a true story. It's about a young girl that was raped, and it changed the Ethiopian law. That incident, and it's I think it's worth watching.
Okay.
I think that gives a good glimpse.
Now, as far as the mixing with Ethiopia, because you have some that say, listen, we straight up Black, damn it, stop talking about this Arabic stuff. We ain't mixed with that. We Black people.
We had one of there were main four civilizations: the Persian, the Roman, Aksumite, which is in Ethiopia. And the Persian, I'm forgetting one, the Chinese.
Okay, so
it's been a very powerful civilization throughout.
Okay,
most of our books are not translated, so the world doesn't know much of the history.
Give me 1 second, because it disconnected. It disconnected. Okay, because I heard y'all. I'm gonna let her talk. I ain't trying to cut off, but before I go, I just gotta hit these points. Okay, so basically, if y'all didn't hear. Hold on. It's buffering. Give it 1 second. Okay. Basically, everyone, She just said the mixing is like from like 10,000 years ago. I mean, it's way before the
Yeah.
Arabic slave trade. They had the Persians, the Romans, the Chinese. They look all kinds to
It's
me.
just
I,
civilizations that were trading.
okay, I have to
Then we
say,
had also the Israelis, which Queen of Sheba and King Solomon.
oh
So
yes.
our royal family, it comes from that line.
And you know what?
So
I've seen the face. I swear to God, I've said almost every face on the planet. I've seen an Ethiopian. The people look like y'all because you're older, but I've seen almost every face on an Ethiopian. I've seen Ethiopians that you swear to God you would think that
yeah,
woman come from India. I've seen them. You think they from
yeah,
Brazil. I've seen them. Some of
yeah,
them African American women can look like some of them. Some
yeah,
of them look like Afro Latinas. Every face I've seen on the planet,
yeah,
even the bone
yeah.
structures
You're right.
I've seen
Yeah,
over in Ethiopia. And you know, Eve,
even
the
yeah,
oldest woman on earth, comes from the East
Ethiopia,
African
exactly.
region. So,
Yes, yeah, yeah.
okay.
And even in the Bible, it says like the Ethiopians are like they have the color of tiger. I'm translating it. Might not come out right, but it's to show that like the tiger has different colors on it, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so the Ethiopians are that color. You get the lightest to the darkest. So that's what makes an Ethiopian. It's like each flower, as one elder said, in Ethiopia, each flower is beautiful, and then each flower is different, and when you put it in a vase, it becomes even more beautiful. So that's how Ethiopia's diversity is.
Okay. Um. Okay. I won't say no more because I do want you to talk. I don't want to be rude. Just tell us
So
what
no
you
worries.
you know. You know. Okay. We've talked about the FGM, the marriaging age in the countryside. Um.
Yeah,
Now they on
yeah.
us on a
Colorism is there. Yeah,
yes, colorism exists there.
yeah,
I
yeah.
did see a video where the number three place was Ababas, Ethiopia, Adidas, Ababas or something.
Addis Ababa, yeah, that's the
A-
capital. Yes,
Addis Ababa. Okay,
yes,
so it's very developed.
yes, yes.
Y'all have
It's growing a lot.
okay, so what is the average salary there? Like could I live very well? Okay, if I came to Ethiopia, I have $100 US dollars. Is that a lot of money in Ethiopia?
Not a lot because we have, like the caller from South Africa said, we have a lot of inflation, and so life has become so expensive. And like South Africa, our like government, which I don't want to get much into, but yeah, it's not good.
Um,
And so we're no longer having middle class. So it's now you're either rich or you're poor.
so do
And
you?
so
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
yeah, $100. That's like times 30. That's 3,000. Like it's hard to find a place to rent for that.
Um,
So
Now, do you have a lot of supermarkets, and what is the main type?
meat is kind of like a delicacy. It's a luxury. There's a holiday or it's outside of the fasting seasons that we eat. So it's not
Okay.
an everyday. Um, yeah, it's not eaten every day. Mostly, I guess you can say our food is mostly vegan
Okay.
throughout the year because of this fastings. But yeah, the lamb is famous. Beef. We eat raw meat as well with spices.
I heard of that. Now
Um,
I can't get down with
yeah,
that.
yeah.
That's
Goat, chicken. Yeah.
um.
It actually the spices it covers it, so it tastes good. Like you wouldn't think about it.
It can make me sick eating raw meat.
Yeah, if you're not used to it, yeah, it's not good. It's something you get used to. But yeah, Ethiopian people. One thing I can say for sure is Ethiopian people are very welcoming.
Okay.
North to south, east to west. Like there's 83 ethnic groups. There are different religions, different levels of income. Yet there is this the Ethiopian identity is that being welcoming. If someone comes to your area You say, oh, you look like you're not from this area. Come inside, let me make you coffee. And, even when guests come, we leave our bed. And if you have another bed, you sleep on the other bed, but or on the sofa or on the floor, because you treat your guests as kings. You give your guests the best food. Even the poor people, when you go to their house, they will take money from their pocket and go buy you eggs so they can make you like a scrambled something, like our version of it.
Now,
Because that's how that's the identity, which I feel that's what we're losing today. Sadly, we're fighting each other. But that is the identity we were all raised in. And it's an Orthodox holiday. Muslims come with gifts and, with a cake. When it's a Muslim holiday, we go there and take cake or something, fruits. And that's how people have lived among each other.
Now, are there, if I wanted to move to Ethiopia, I always wonder, how would I live? How would I survive? I mean, what if you were coming from America, what would I do? How would I live? Where would I work? Where do people work?
If you're coming from America, one thing, your passport has power, so you can easily get a job at an international agency, whether it's the United Nations or the U.S. AID, which is the U.S. government international development, something like that. So there are many international. I think Ethiopia is like the second diplomatic city after Geneva, because it's home to the UN ECA and it's home to the African Union, and so there are many international organizations in the capital. So you can, if you secure a job there, you'll be paid in U.S. dollars, and you'll be paid like 10 times more than a person with an Ethiopian passport for the same position.
Okay.
And with a similar qualification. So once you get that job, you can move there and you can get your apartment or you rent a home, because then you'll be able to afford the rent. And then you hire a driver, you hire a house help to help you around the house. So that's what a lot of the expats do in Ethiopia. So you're actually, you can, because you know that you're getting paid in U.S. dollars and you're getting paid what you would be paid. Actually, like if you're a U.S. citizen, when you go abroad, your country pays you more. I mean, the organization pays you more because you're going to a third world country quotation. So there's these things that are attached to it.
Okay.
And there are cafes, there are bars, there are clubs, there are restaurants. You can go outside the city. There are other major cities in Ethiopia you can travel. You can travel across Africa, because once you're there, it's easy to take a flight to Kenya or to Uganda.
Okay.
And travel. So there are people who do that.
Now
as far as dating outside of Ethiopia, now things are kind of opening up, but still, like I said before, there's still prejudice.
You know what? That's a shame, because I'm going to be honest with you. When it comes to African men, I think Ethiopian men are some of the finest damn African men I ever seen. When I was talking to that Ethiopian, I don't know if he thought maybe I've been told by East African woman I kind of look a little bit. I don't know. But he hollered at me, and I mean, the pictures, it's some beautiful ass Ethiopian men. Lord Jesus.
Yeah.
But from what you're telling me, if an American woman wanted to date them, the women of Ethiopia, would they be coming for us? Would they be mad that he chose an American black woman?
No, because it's rare that, it's not as rare, but it's rare that Ethiopian men will choose non-Ethiopian women. And now, because of globalization, we're kind of starting to see bits and bits, but usually Ethiopian men go for Ethiopian women first.
Okay.
And so Ethiopian women are very proud, and they play hard to get. It's
okay.
it's a bit of a game, but I remember, like, my mom would say, make sure you marry someone who loves you more than you love that person.
Oh yeah, I've heard that.
So you're always making sure, yeah.
Okay. So
and
I got to
when you get married, you get dowry.
Yes, the dowry.
Now it's kind of changing in the capital, but women, their husbands give them gold as gifts. There's a reason, because gold is an asset. So when things become hard down the road, sometime in life, you can sell that gold. So
I'm gonna have to end this. I know, I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you so much.
I want you to call back again in the future. I swear. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you. Thank you again for the opportunity.
Okay.
Bye.
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 Call from.
Okay, hold on. No one say anything. I'm sorry if I took too long for some people. I know. I want to hear what they got to say. I keep talking about I'm going to take my last call. Yes, we need some West Africans as well. I'm so happy I have African women all over the place calling. But, I've been waiting on the Nigerian women to call in. Because I do have to eat. So what I'm going to do, I don't want to be rude to people. But if you're not Nigerian, I also, let me show these pictures. Okay, I'm waiting for the Nigerian women to come on and call in. Whether you are, oh my God, Locked Honey Princess still, of the Igbo stuff. I'm waiting for the Eatrines to come on and call in. I'm waiting for who else I got up on here? I'm waiting for the Egyptian and Moroccan, Afro-Egyptians and Moroccans to call in. I'm waiting for the Tanzanians to come on and call in. Okay, so sorry I had to say all that. Who do I have on the line, and what's your ethnicity?
Hello, my name is Ilunga, and my name is, I didn't need to say my name, but okay, there goes my name. I'm Baluba from the Democratic Republic of the Congo.
I didn't have the pictures for the Congo. I wanted to have the pictures.
See,
okay.
That's what I was saying. Congolese women just the Congo in general is usually overlooked, which is really funny because the Congo is so important to the world. We have 80% of the world's coltan, which powers all of our electronics, our cell phones, airplanes.
Are you serious?
Cars, computers. 80% of the world's coltan comes from the Democratic Republic of Congo.
Are you serious?
Yes, and even our the aircrafts that go into space, they come, like the coltan that is used for it comes from Congo, but that's not the only thing that the Congo produces for the world. So Congo is usually overlooked, and we have the second largest rainforest in the world. We're very important even in terms of the environment, but we're always overlooked.
The Congo, you know what? I'm sad to say this. When you hear about the Congo, they love to bring up like Civil War type of stuff.
That is true. There's been an ongoing civil war for the past 24 years in the eastern part of the Congo, and it's very interesting that that's been happening because it's a very complicated thing because of all of our natural resources. Congo is the richest country in the world in terms of natural resources, but I guess this goes back to our conversation. Why is it that the Congo, which has gold, we have diamonds, we have copper, we have petroleum, we have coffee, we have land, we have Congos, like, if you think of the movie Black Panther, that is the Congo. The Congo is just like the movie Black Panther. Like Wakanda is, when I watched the movie, it literally felt like they were talking about the Congo. So
Really?
If you read about the Congo, you'll be blown away by how many resources and riches we have. But the people are so poor.
Okay, so you have all the minerals and everything that the globe is using, but the people of the Congo are poor. So why is it? So is it your leaders? I mean, the black men are failing the Congo.
Congo is it's a very complicated country. We did go through um, slavery. We had forced labor under the like in the I can't remember the time period, but fairly recently, I think in the 1960s, 1950s, we gained our independence in 1960, in June of 1960. But we were colonized by the Belgians, and we had forced labor very recently. Um, but the Congo, it's complicated because some of our leaders have sold our people away. For instance, our first prime minister, his name was Patrice Lumumba. He was assassinated by the CIA, and he was also killed by the Belgians. And one of our Congolese leaders, they betrayed him, and then they put Mobutu Sese Seko into power, and the country is divided about his rule, but he stole billions of dollars from the Congolese people, and he just kept it for himself, and that is something that is very common with the Congo. Our leaders disappointing us time after time after time.
This is a global problem.
It is.
Why is the black man so damn treacherous and greedy, selfish, and doesn't have these leadership skills like so many different other countries? And what do the women, you know?
Yeah, it's very sad. I don't know about the Congo. It's so complicated. I think it's a case study on its own. We are the largest country in sub-Saharan Africa, and we are landlocked with 9 different countries. So our country, part of the civil war that's happening in the eastern part is 9 countries that are fighting for land, fighting for power, and also European countries that are coming because everybody wants our riches. But at the same time, you're correct. What are our leaders doing? What can they do for the people? Because how is it that the richest country in the world continues to be poor like this? And why is it that leaders are not coming together to come up with solutions? So it's really upsetting, especially we just celebrated our Independence Day, but the question is Congo really an independent country? What are you celebrating if your people are still living in poverty? The infant mortality rate is still high. There's women who are being raped throughout the eastern part of the Congo. Rape is, of course, a weapon of war, but in the eastern Congo, that's probably one of the worst places to be as a woman in the world. Like, I would not want to step foot there.
I just put up a picture of a Congolese woman. Okay? Anybody new? We are speaking to a woman of Congolese descent from the Congo, where the world electronics get everything from. And she has spilled the tea that while the riches is coming out of the Congo, everything we're using, but yet the people are poor, and the lack of leadership from the black men, and that the eastern part is the most dangerous place a woman could go to because they rape over there like crazy. Now, I'm sure there are good parts of the Congo, but tell me, what is the average marrying age for a Congolese woman?
Okay, so I just wanted to preface, I was born in the Congo and I did live in Africa, but as you can probably hear from my accent, I've lived in the United States by now, or I should be getting married.
Okay, so tell us, what is the number one main religion in the Congo?
The Congo is 70% Catholic, so the majority of Congolese are Christians, and then we have some people who do indigenous um, religions, which I think is like 10%. Um, we do have something called Kimbangoism, which is also very has a small minority, and then something also is Islam, but I don't know like the particular numbers, but I do know that there's also a small minority because we have Libyans who come to Congo, they establish schools and businesses. So there's a small minority of Muslims.
Now, when you talk about the Libyans, now Gaddafi, who they killed, is Libyan. They said that that country is like hell on earth now that Gaddafi has been killed. And to me, Gaddafi looked like an Afro-Arabic man. I could tell he has some black in him. And some African men who tried to escape Africa, I heard they're ending up in Libya and they're being sold off as slaves. Now, the Libyans that come into the Congo, the men, how's the relations with them? Do these men, are there marriages between Libyan Arabic men and black women in the Congo? Are there any mixed marriages at all in the Congo? Do you get called a bed wench? And do they talk about the white man constantly?
So in my community, especially where I live, I know that there are women and there are people who are mixed with Libyan and Arabic. I don't really know particularly which countries. I've never really asked, but it's absolutely no problem in the Congo to have relationships with people of different nations, different countries. For instance, for me, I think it depends with every family, but for me, my parents have already told me they don't really care what race I date, if it's white or whatnot. But for my brothers, they want them to marry Congolese women.
How are the Congolese men?
With Congolese upbringing and African upbringing, it was still a culture shock for me. So sometimes when I hear African American women talking about being with African men, like, I just find it really interesting because I'm from the Congo. I was born in the Congo. My family is Congolese, but I had a lot of culture shock. There were certain things he would tell me that just didn't make any sense to me because overall I would say that the culture is very patriarchal, and in my opinion, I think the
Second. Okay. Okay, so it's reconnected. Okay, so you said it's a big patriarchy. The men like to be in control and power, and that what is it with the relations between the men and women?
Well, I was trying to give an example. There's a culture of silence in the Congolese community. Women are expected to suffer in silence. They're supposed to fulfill a role, and there's not a lot of accountability for men. For instance, there is a very well-known Congolese singer, a Christian singer, and his wife grew up here in the United States. I can't remember if she was born in the Congo or not. I think she was born here, but they were married. He married her very young. At 18 years old, she was married. There's speculation that he met her when she was 17, but he met her at 18, and I think he was in his late 30s, maybe early 40s. And the man, she accused him of having a lot of adulterous relationships, and he denied it. She finally came out, and the whole community was really upset about it because she spoke out. And this is something that's not supposed to be spoken about. It's supposed to stay in the relationship. She also came out and she alleged that he was physically abusive, that at 5 months pregnant, that he hit her, and she had bruises. She showed pictures with bruises and swelling. And this is something that is not uncommon in the Congo, for a woman to be suffering in silence while her husband might be unfaithful or while he might be abusing her. And I'm not gonna lie, like, before I was with my ex, I was afraid of Congolese men because they do have a reputation for just in general being players, and just also always chasing up the skirts. So that is something that is not uncommon in the Congo, for maybe a man to, we don't practice polygamy like in an official sense, but it isn't something that is shunned by men. Like, they just, it's something that's kind of seen as normal. Like, I'm a man, I can
I can have as many women as I want. But if it's a woman, it's like the unthinkable, which
Yeah.
there's a double standard, which of course in every country, but there's a culture of silence, and there's all of these issues. Congolese men are not romantic. I had to teach my ex like to open doors for me because I like stuff like that.
See,
I
what
had to
the
be very
hell?
verbal.
I am
Tell him,
disgusted.
yeah, I had to be very verbal with, like if I wanted flowers, or if I wanted something like nice, like to go somewhere like
Okay. Okay, it's reconnected. I keep hearing, oh, okay, you pro black men who claim you like the black woman, you better step your game up, because the white romantic man is taking the African woman, the Caribbean woman, and the American black woman. I keep hearing over and over, you're not romantic. I said that too, and I have it confirmed even more. A woman wants romance, damn it. Okay? Now, the black women that do want to only date black men, or they going to date some black men and date interracially, y'all got some competition out here, okay? Because it's pitiful for me to keep hearing these African women say no, they don't know nothing about no romance. Y'all see me as your sister. The same thing LeBron James' son says. Something is wrong with y'all. I hope y'all hear me, because y'all know y'all watching, lurking and stuff. Okay,
So, before I go, can I say something, please?
yes.
So I watched Crystal and Terrorism with the ponytail, and I've also listened to KSC, and I just want to say I am completely in agreement with what they say. Pick the best man for the job, character over color. So I think that as black women, we should expand our options. Not too long ago, I was very pro-black, and especially very pro-African, very pro-Congolese. I would say that maybe my last relationship kind of changed that, but I would say black women, have your options open, because when you widen the net, you are increasing your chances of getting the best possible mate for yourself. And even if you are looking at a white man, also look at the character and look at if he can provide what the women say, which is called the dowry or the bride price. In my country, it's called mahari or tredot, anidot. So it's not to sell the woman. It took me a while to understand this, but the purpose is to ensure that, one, a man will be able to provide for his woman, that a man can take care of her. It's also a symbol of showing respect to the family, the parents of the girl for raising her well. It's like you giving a symbolic gift of things.
Yes.
And it's also to so basically it's just to show thanks and gratitude, and to show that you can take care of the woman. So it actually works towards hypergamy, if you think about it.
Oh, yes.
Because my brother, he had to pay 10. Let's go to Africa. Africa has a lot of problems. Some of them are nuanced. Some of them are very in your face. Some of them are in the underbelly of the culture, things that are not really spoken about on a public basis, especially with outsiders. So for some of us African women, it's hard to talk about these things. Like, at first I'm like, am I really doing this? Am I really talking about these things? Everyone learn about the Congo, like,
yes.
Central Africa, where
Okay.
I always hear people talk about Nigeria, Ethiopia, and
you know
those
what?
countries, but the Congo is
yes.
so important to the world.
I know about the Congo. I didn't know everything about it. I never really meet a lot of Congolese women or men. So, and I had rushed today to do this video because I wanted to put even more pictures, but I said, okay, I know about Nigeria, Tanzania. Let me get some of this together. It'll make it fun for people to get an idea, to see what the women of the tribes and the ethnicity look like and stuff. So make sure you call back, okay?
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye.
Have a good day.
You too.
Bye.
Bye. Okay. So I just got off the phone with a woman representing the Congo. This is a Congolese woman. So I want Where's the honey? Are you still on here? Locked Honey Princess from the Igbo tribe of Nigerians. Are you still? Ush. Okay, I'm gonna wait 1 minute, and if I don't see anything from Locked Honey Princess representing the Igbo women of Nigeria, I'll take the call again. You said you were calling in from Nigeria. I mean, it was a blocked number. Was that you? Let me know in the comments section of the chat. So, and she is the truth. She has her own YouTube channel. She's very supportive. Then there's Loving Life, who is very supportive. I do still have to eat dinner. It's 10:50 p.m. But this was too good. This was too damn good. And I will be having more of this. And I'm going to get the Caribbean and the Afro-Latina women to call. Oh, yes, B. I know you going to call in. And it's so wonderful to have hear different perspectives on things and life experiences from Black women of all different ethnicities and backgrounds on a global scale. And everything we heard, I know some of you have been like, I just can't believe this. I mean, we've said it, but to have it confirmed, you know what I'm saying? And what are the African American men that's watching this? Because you know they watching. What are they going to say? Especially when some of the same women that's from Africa that they love, especially Somalian and East African, Ethiopian, what they've said, then what they gonna say? Some of the same problems in South Africa going on right over here. But what's happening is Black women are pulling together of all different backgrounds and ethnicities and roots and all over the globe. Okay, I think this is from Nigeria. Hello? GQ?
Hello?
GQ, are you Nigerian? What I might do, I don't know. Okay, so we're reconnected. Okay, so this is GQ, anyone new? She is representing the Nigerian women, okay? And I know you've been listening to everything. How old are you and how old are you?
I'm 34.
Okay, that's still young. I'm 33. Okay, not like it matter. You can be damn near 70 call in. I would still love it. So, and teenagers, you're welcome to call in too. So, you live in the United States?
I'm in Canada right now.
Oh, she's in Canada. Okay. So, what is your experience as a Nigerian woman with the issue scamming thing that they always say with Nigerian men? But I did hear that it's a big problem with them making babies outside of their marriages. Is that true?
Yeah. Well, cheating is a big problem. I call them like perpetual bachelors. Even in marriage, they expect you to be monogamous, but they don't keep to that themselves. So babies will be a natural consequence of that kind of behavior. So yes.
Okay. So I didn't ask. See, it's certain questions. I got so much to ask. I actually forgot to ask certain things, such as the temperature, because I said I can't. It's too hot. I need to know the average temperature. And I know now all of Africa has beautiful women, as y'all have seen the pictures. But I know Nigerian women, like I said a few. Okay.
I'm freaking out here because like I'm a huge fan of the river. I'm so happy to be speaking with you today.
Thank you. Nigerian women and some Ethiopian and Somali women, y'all got a reputation for looking real feminine, and I support that. I'm feminine too. So how does the African men, because American Black men are always whining and complaining about some damn makeup, even though they love to holler at us when we have our makeup done, they lying. How doing your hair and makeup that y'all are known for?
They like it. They don't complain about that. I've always found it odd, the fixation with hair weaves and stuff. It's just like a feminine thing women do. So They don't complain about that.
So Nigerian men don't care about no hair weave?
Well, maybe some of them do because, I mentioned in the comments that they're copying American men. But, like, generally speaking, it's just it's not something that's questioned. Just like makeup, like like women wear makeup, women put on weaves, like
Okay.
It's normalized.
So what are the Nigerian? Because I've been hearing all types of stuff now. Is it true?
Okay.
Because one woman, are they masculine? Are they romantic? Do they pay your bills and take care of you? What age do they seek to get married? Do you have FGM over there? What is your religion?
Okay, I'll try to answer as many as I can remember, but please ask any other questions I forget to answer.
Okay.
The FGM, apparently Nigeria is actually is notorious for it.
What?
I didn't know this. Yeah, I didn't know this because my parents, I'm kind of sheltered. A lot of the people doing it might also be Muslim or just be a cultural thing. But look, I've never met anyone that has done it. But statistically speaking, when you look up FGM, Nigeria is at the top, one of the highest rates. So, yeah.
See, I did not know that. I thought Nigeria is more like the New York City.
I was surprised too to find out how apparently it's really common in Nigeria because I don't know anyone personally. So it's not like you can expect most women you meet will be circumcised. Likely they're not. But if the statistics say it's very common, then it has to be common somewhere, in the country. So.
Okay. Some people are saying it's lower rates of it in Nigeria in the chat.
Yes, yes.
Um,
and it's been banned now, so there's
okay.
also that.
So tell me, when people talk about going to Africa, a lot of them like to go to Nigeria, Lagos, Accra, and some people want to go to South Africa or Ethiopia, Somalia. Tell me, what is the average temperature there? Because like I said, I can't take the summer here. I can't live nowhere where it's summer every day. Like I can't do this. I love fall weather, like 72. The most I can take. I mean, I can sacrifice, but I would prefer the highest temperature to be. I can deal with 80 degrees at the highest. What is the average temperature?
I would say 25 degrees Celsius. So I think for you that would be about 78 degrees Fahrenheit.
Oh, every day?
It's average. It fluctuates because we have you have rainy season, dry season. We have this season called Hamatan, where it gets cold and you have to wear a sweater, but it's not like anything compared to North America. But if you were to average it, it would be around 78 degrees Fahrenheit. One thing I will say though, because I've also been in Canada for a bit now, the summer here also is intolerable to me. And a lot of Canadians are surprised when I tell them that because they expect that I'm used to the heat as a Nigerian. But there is a difference. In Nigeria, it is hot. However, it also, you can get wind. You know, so like if I opened an umbrella in Nigeria, I will get some breeze, which will cool me down. That doesn't happen in Toronto, for example. Like, you can walk around naked in the heat, nothing. Stand under a tree, there's no breeze. Like, you need AC to actually be cool. So, I think, yes, it's hot, but it's also a little bit different in that sense. The humidity in Toronto is really bad.
Now, I heard, I can hear me in the background. Okay, it's good now. I did hear that there is a huge are a very high percentage of Nigerian men colorist and featurist and texturist? Is this an extreme problem in Nigeria since the women, not all of them, but some of them, have turned to the bleaching products because they want to get a husband? Is this true that these men are very colorist over there and texturist and featurist?
Absolutely, yes, it is true.
Where do they get it from?
Where does it stem from? I don't know. I think, like people have been saying, I think there's something wrong with black people or black men. I don't know, because it's not like, I would like to tell you that it's colonization, but it's not. It's been going on way before all of that. So it's really bad. Actually, actually growing up, because like I'm from the Anang ethnic group. That's my tribe in Nigeria.
Is that Igbo?
Southeastern. Sorry.
Is that Igbo?
No, it's not. It's not Igbo.
Okay.
It's very different from Igbo actually. It's in southeastern Nigeria. It's called Anang. That's a different ethnic group, and a lot of people in my ethnic group they are very light skinned naturally. So for me, I'm actually dark skinned. My dad's side is dark skinned. My mom's side is light skinned. So growing up, my dad used to buy my moisturizers from the UK whenever he traveled. And this was because he didn't want any bleaching. So he wanted to protect my complexion, and that's what he was doing. So when growing up, he would always import the creams, because a lot of creams there have some sort of bleaching ingredient. This is true. And the colorism is really, really bad.
It's ridiculous.
Sorry?
It's ridiculous, and the African American man wants to blame the white man. I'm like, you got African presidents that allow this shit. They don't care, in my opinion. They can't care. They have the ads and the campaigns, every black women on it, allowing certain. Listen, I understand about people, you need to even out your skin tone. Okay, some of those products work for that. It's one thing for that, but when you abuse it, because you know the men have made you have such low self-esteem, you want to compete for the man to get a husband, because that's a big deal in Africa to get married young. And why aren't the men stepping up saying enough is enough? Because you just said this was.
Had people would tell me things like, "Oh, you're so pretty, you look like your mom," and then they will have this sad look on their, in their voice, and they will say, "But why didn't you take the skin tone?" So people would make comments like that to me when they see me and they see my mom. And, at this point I was an adult, so it didn't really affect me much. But, like, growing up, my parents really put an effort to really shield me from that and really build my self-esteem around my skin complexion.
Yeah.
So I'm very grateful for that.
One thing I can say I can say from these calls, the black man don't give a damn on a global scale, from Africa to here to the Caribbean to the Latina. They don't give not one damn about y'all self-esteem, loving y'all, uplifting you, being romantic, building up their nation. They just want, I don't have nothing against no patriarch. I don't have nothing against a man leading, taking care of me and them kids, loving me, being affectionate. Don't cut off my damn clit so I can have pleasure with you as my husband. I'm not against that. But from the calls, they basically are saying they like the power and to be able to do what they want to do. Have the dowry. You are a piece of property. Not being romantic. Not building. You do all the work plus work for him. And this disgusts me. And that Nekisha woman, I told you, if African men was on top of they shit like you trying to promote, Africa would not be the way that it is on a global fucking scale. Okay?
And this is the thing, Cerebral. May I say something?
Yes.
So, like, just to add to what that Congolese woman said, like, Africa is the richest continent on the planet in terms of natural resources. Okay? Like, they have the most natural resources in existence, richer than America, Canada, all these other countries. And yet, look at how poor a lot of people are. Look at how they're struggling, and look at who is controlling everything. It's black men. So this issue, you can blame white supremacy here, but this whole thing is just way before that.
They said the reason is because of the white man. That's why Africa is fucked up, because the white man raped Africa. I say it like this: y'all let them men, the Dutch and all them, come in South Africa. Y'all, why you so advanced with your technology? The oldest man on the planet. Yeah, you couldn't whoop a few of their asses that came up in there. It's not like millions of them came up in there, and they talk about that advanced technology bullshit. Yeah, you couldn't fight off some squirmy, some of these skinny, bony white men that came up in there, some of them. Men fight. And I'm not saying all white men's all skinny and squirmy, but you know what I mean. I ain't trying to hear it. And they said it's white supremacy, but you are saying as a Nigerian woman, it ain't white supremacy, it's them.
No, because this, in my opinion, the same issues that led to that slave trade in the first place It's the same issue keeping Africa destitute today. You know, these men don't care. They're not focusing on the right things. And I hear people say things like, oh, Ethiopia wasn't colonized. But Ethiopia played ball. So they didn't have to be colonized. They didn't have to do it because they got everything anyway. They participated, you know. So the issue is just, I mean, it's easy to blame white people for everything, but how helpless can you possibly be, you know? Like, just recently, I made a comment. I don't know if you saw this comment, but I told you that they actually approved COVID testing in Nigeria. So okay. I don't know if you saw that. So, like, yeah, like, it's just, honestly, I'm at the point I just, it's a lot of anger for one person to hold in. Like, it's so frustrating. Like, people don't have life. In 2020, people don't have life. So, like, you mentioned about the internet. There's actually really good internet in Nigeria for the most part, but sometimes the service isn't good. And, like, it's just crazy that these people are focusing on pilfering the country, lining their pockets, and people don't have life. Like, generally in Africa, people are dying from preventable illnesses. That's ridiculous.
Now, Nekisha... You know, that's
the thing, the economy of the black man. So, yeah.
Nekisha said it's a bunch of them that's doctors, mathematicians, engineers. Yes, in America, African men, Nigerian men do very well, and in England. But as far as Africa, is there a bunch of well-to-do hospitals, surgeons, plastic surgeons, scientists, mathematicians, engineers, all together in Nigeria? Is it rampant like that, like she's trying to make it sound?
Nigerians are actually very educated, though. Like, yes. You know, like, it is so that they're very educated. There's a lot of people there are educated. But what difference does that make if your country is still struggling? Like, what are we bragging about here? Like, I'm not going to go around and, you know, praising. I'm at the point, honestly, cerebral, when I meet ignorant people who say things like, oh, you know, do you live on trees? You know, I just humor them at this point because what do I care? We are starving. Why am I even trying to paint a better picture? You know, there is a reputation there for a reason. We should work on changing it. These men need to do something, but they don't. You know? So, like, I'm just over it at this point. Like, it's just so frustrating, you know, because we live in a patriarchal society. It's like there's only so much women can do, you know. And in terms of the male-female dynamics you mentioned earlier, that there are a lot of people, they don't have... Okay, this is the privilege, I think, that black Americans here have, they don't realize. Because in Nigeria, a lot of people can't be single parents. Because, like, it's very patriarchal to the point the guy has a lot of power, especially when he's rich. So a lot of women just stay and suffer in silence in the marriages so that they can have access to their children. Because unlike here, the men can take your kids away just to be spiteful.
Really?
Yes, they can do that. Like, if you said you wanted to divorce your husband or leave him, he could take the kids away, especially if he has money. He could take them away, and there's nothing that you can do about it. So a lot of women, they suffer in silence. They just swallow it and just take it.
So y'all don't have a lot of laws in Nigeria to protect women?
Not really. I mean, even on surface, the ones that are there, how do they make sure it's actually, you know, applied? Like, Nigeria is very corrupt. You know, like, people can get out of a lot of things.
So, you know, what about rape? Now, if you're raped, what happens? You got anything to protect you? The laws? Do these men get the death penalty or life imprisonment over in Nigeria?
No. People get raped in Nigeria, women, little kids. I don't feel like they do. Like, I mean, maybe if you happen to live perhaps in some rural areas, like if maybe somebody was caught, maybe they might, you know, take the law into their hands. Maybe. That's a big maybe. But generally speaking, no, I don't feel that the law really protects you. But to be honest, I feel that way globally. Like, I feel a lot of men get away with rape, you know, because globally we live in a patriarchal world. They get away with rape, but I do think because of how bad it is in Nigeria and how much less rights women have, it's even more so, in my opinion. Like, yeah, they might get arrested or locked up, but, like, if you look at the rate at which there's any kind of punishment, it's a lot less. They get away with a lot. Especially where women are concerned. Because it's the woman's fault. It's even the girl's fault.
Okay. I'm going to take one last call after her, and I'm serious. I keep saying that. I'm dead serious. Okay, and that'll be Alamis B. But I'm not taking you off yet. When I saw Tanya TKO go to Nigeria and a piece of some cheese was 17 US dollars or something, I said, hold on now. I'm not paying $17 for no cheese. But she said, have to be imported. Certain things we're used to eating, we might not get access to over there. So, is Nigeria expensive? Is the food is expensive? If I were to come to Nigeria, what would I do to live? Where would I work? Because I'm a foreigner. What would I do?
The thing is, for the cheese, the person mentioned, it's an extreme example because most foods are not expensive. It's cheese. Cheese is not, I imagine they probably imported that cheese that the person is talking about. And dairy is not like a huge part of a lot of Nigerian diet, but except for the north. Northern Nigerians, like the Hausa tribe, they eat a lot of dairy. They eat milk. They probably have cheese that is affordable because they eat a lot of milk products there. But I would say work in IT.
Give it a second. Okay, so African American men love to talk about slavery over and over and over and over. Now, being that slavery came out of Africa, at least what affect, the transatlantic slave trade and everything, do African men talk about slavery and the white man constantly? Do they even hate the white man?
No, no. I mean, if they hate them, it wouldn't be because of slavery. It would be for other reasons. Like, for example, taking contracts from Nigeria. Although now mostly Asian, Chinese people doing it. So, they might complain about, for instance, the Chinese having a 10-year contract to build the airport. That's millions of dollars, right? Those kinds of things, perhaps, is what they would complain about. But no, they don't talk about slavery or anything like that. There's this thing that Lupita said, which is very true for a lot of us. She said she wasn't black until she left Africa, something like that. She made a statement along those lines. And that's very true for a lot of us. The whole issue of race, you don't really understand it until you are in a society where, it's very prevalent. Like me coming to Canada, for example, of racism at first. People had to point it out to me. Right? Because it's very subtle here compared to America. So, by extension, no, they don't really talk about slavery or white men, not in the context that an African American man would.
Okay, so okay, y'all. I asked her the question: do Nigerian men, because the women have been speaking about these men not taking care of them, do Nigeria or do? And I ain't saying I don't care what year it is. I believe in being feminine. I believe in tradition. I believe a man is supposed to provide for his woman, so they can stop trying to push that bullshit. And, you used to hear that African men didn't even like African American men. So I guess they don't mind taking on this toxic part of the culture because it benefits a man. Hey, I don't have to do much. She gonna give me the coochie. She gonna do what I say. Take care of them damn kids. Go work like me. Hey, this is a great deal. This is toxic. And
this issue you're talking about is very insidious and it's very pervasive. Sometimes you don't realize that you're being he's not having that. He doesn't care what the guy's race is. He doesn't even care what the religion is. He needs to be able to provide.
Okay, so your dad is like, you got to be, the man you get has to provide. Okay, so listen. I'm sorry. Yeah. I'm going to give you 1 minute because I've got to eat my dinner. Just leave us with...
Take the best guy. If you have to move in silence, move in silence. Because at the end of the day, you only have, you're the only one in charge of your life. Don't listen to these people. You have to actively fight against this indoctrination. It's pervasive. It's worldwide now. All black women are affected for some reason. So you have to fight against that. Understand that you deserve anything that you want. You deserve a provider if that's what you want. You deserve to be spoiled if that's what you want.
Okay, so is Almaz B, what state are you from? Because you are literally the last call this time. Almas B. What state are you in? So I know it's you. Okay, okay. Well, come on and call. You are the last. Okay. Hello.
Well, hello, how are you? This is Almas. How are you?
Yes. Hi.
Animals and their children, and in that order.
Okay. Say that one more
Now,
time.
society,
Say that one more time, and tell me what is your ethnicity so I can pull up the picture.
I am Eritrean, but I was born in Ethiopia. I was born in Eritrea, but at the time when I was born, it was still Ethiopia. But I'm Eritrean, Ethiopian. I'm both.
Okay, I put up the Eritrean video. Now, she just said you can tell a lot by a society by how they treat their women, their children, the animals, their elderly, which is completely true. Okay, so go ahead.
Ask me anything. Ask me anything. I have a little different experience. I came from a very well-to-do family. My uncles and aunts and my parents were in the diplomatic corps. I had uncles that were ambassadors. So I worked myself for the UN for many years before I decided to come to the States. I lived in many countries in Africa. I visited many countries in Africa. I worked on women's health initiatives in Africa. My base when I was working for a UN initiative in West Africa was in Lagos and Abuja, Nigeria, and I would travel all over the Western region, specifically working on female genital mutilation, women's health initiative, maternal health, you know.
Oh my God, you worked for the UN?
Yes.
Oh my God, that's amazing.
No, you know, you can get a little nepotism never hurts either. So, I mean, let's not put that there.
Oh.
But,
so
I'm going to say this.
Okay.
No, you go ahead.
No, I want you to say it. Just go ahead. Go ahead and let it all out. Go ahead and tell us.
All right. Africa, the continent as a whole, is one of the most beautiful places you could ever go to. Any country. And they have their bad. But the bad part is, the men are coddled. A lot of the women go for it. I don't want to say they're mammies, but because of the conditioning, it's almost like Stockholm Syndrome. You know, especially with this genital female mutilation. I have a case that I'm working on with a Gambian lady here in Chicago right now. She's afraid to go home because her mother said, if you go home, I'm going to cut your daughters.
Oh, so hell no.
Now she's here trying to get political asylum because she want to go back home. There are women, when I went to Gambia, that told me, oh, well, a woman is not clean unless her clitoris is cut. But when these African men come to the States, the first women they run after are the ones that haven't been cut. Now, how is that ironic?
I would say this. I would say them, actually, your coochie isn't clean unless you better wash it. That's when it ain't clean. My clitoris don't have a damn thing with my vagina being clean. Crazy.
Well, you know, this is the problem because they have this archaic thinking. You know, and a lot of the leaders, even the Imam Gambia, I spoke with him and he was trying to evade the issue. Well, it's a choice. I said, well, I'm an Arabic speaker. Can you point to me anywhere in the Quran where it says female genital mutilation should be practiced? He couldn't. I said, do you even speak Arabic or are you just reciting this shit by rote? He couldn't answer the question. See, a lot of them, they really don't know the Quran. They just know how to say a few words, Alhamdulillah, Allahu Akbar, and that's it. But they're on. These are not Quranic scholars.
You know, it just made me so sick when that woman...
Don Quixote, you know, Casanova, they don't have those reputations.
Hold on, it disconnected. Everyone, she just said the reason why some African guys push for marrying little girls and cutting off your clit is because they're not all that in the bedroom, some of them. So they don't want, you have nothing to compare. I mean, you have nothing you could say.
This is why a lot of African women go to the West and they marry non-African men from their countries, or they marry non-black men, because of the fact that they know what their parents went through. They know that the man in the marriage just stay for the husband and to stay for the sake of the marriage to look good in the community. They know that she has to suffer in silence. They saw their moms living married women but living single, but the husbands are going gallivanting, living like single men, but living like single men who are not married.
Miss B.
Yes.
I'm sorry. Nekisha is in the chat and she just said, I'm a slave. I don't even think you've been watching this whole live, Nekisha, with these African women spilling the damn tea.
Deal of Africa, and it's not true. It is romantic. It is a fallacy. It is like looking at a Harlequin romance book, with the heaving bosoms. This is not how it goes down. Yes, there are tons of educated people in Africa, but those are from the educated class. People have to realize you have tribal, you have clan, and you have class structure. And that comes before and all the other nonsensical things like color, hair texturism, featurism. You could be from a high class and have falsy hair and dark skin. You could be from a lower class and have lighter skin and keener features. It's also about class and tribal. Mm-hmm. Money is everything. It's money.
You know what? And a lot of black men don't understand this. They not building. You can't. A lot of the other men, the Arab man, the Chinese man, the white man, they're surpassing them. The Indian man is trying to get on top of his shit better. I mean, this is crazy.
Look at Liberia. I'm a little older, not that much, but I mean, look at Liberia right after they have the wars there, the civil war, because the problem in Liberia, the ruling class were the descendants of African slaves that were freed in America, and they went back to establish the colony of Liberia, because what the American government was going to do was going to send all the freed slaves and send them to Liberia, because they didn't know where they all came from and all these tribes and everything, so they were going to put a place for them in Liberia. Well, some actually took the bait and they took it. So if you didn't have the name of Williams, Doe, Charles, Taylor, if you wasn't a part of that crew, if you were Iwe or Fa or Twa or whatever, then you were the lower classes. But a lot of the Americo-Liberians that were not of that upper class and ruling class, they were living no better. The Fannie Mae and the Mississippi Delta was living no better. Well, the Fannie Mae and on the outskirts of Monrovia, Liberia, was living no better than the Fannie Mae and the Mississippi Delta, living in a shotgun shack. But these are black Americans that went back to Liberia, established a homeland. So how come that's a hellhole?
Yeah. I did hear about when they went there, they tried.
They had their opportunity to do that, but what happened?
They tried to enslave the Liberians, I heard. I'm not sure how true it is. Yeah, I heard it was a damn disaster.
And that's the reason why they had such an issue there, because the Americo-Liberians went there, they established Liberia, and they use American money in Liberia, so the dollar there is the dollar here, and they treated the natives just like they were being treated in America.
I heard
so they never learned the lesson. The lessons were never learned. So this is why you had young men found in Kalashnikovs and AK-47s wearing tutus and lipstick, thinking that was going to protect them from juju so they wouldn't get killed. It was the craziest war I ever witnessed in my life.
Insane. And I just,
totally insane.
I really feel for a lot of African women, because it's some bullshit that's going on all from the west to the east to the south. I mean...
Look... African women are mules. The continent of Africa is built on the women's backs. Now, you have some places like, where I lived in Addis Ababa, a lot of it is built up, but you also have the largest garbage dump outside of Addis Ababa, and you have garbage pickers that make their living from that, and they've been doing it for 50 years, multi-generational. I don't think it's a curse. I think it's just bad decision-making, cyclical poverty, and complacency.
It's not a good look. The black man, his image, and he'll blame the white man, but he has fucked up his own image. And it's a damn shame. And to me, it doesn't make sense that there are 13 billionaires.
It won't, because of the tribe. If your tribe is ruling at this point, your tribe gets the most nepotism. If your tribe is on the outs, it's on the outs. It's just like what's going on in Ethiopia now. You have a problem with the other Oromo, which is the largest ethnic group in Ethiopia, but they have been persecuted.
Fix a lot of things. It's going to be a disaster. They don't care about the woman. They do not love the black woman. Okay, and black women,
Yeah.
do you think they could stand up like over here in America and because of the abuse? Do they even realize that they're being used and being a mule, since it's so common?
No, they do. When I was in Kenya last year, there was a group called Feminists in Kenya, and they're working against that. And there's a whole tribe there called the Samburu tribe. Hi, bonjour. They have a whole tribe called the Samburu tribe there, and they call it the Ladies Village. The Samburu tribe in Kenya, there's some, like I said, the most beautiful, beautiful women you could ever see, but their men are abusive. They beat them with impunity. They tell them, I can kill you and get another wife tomorrow. And these women are just beaten, and they just got so disgusted. They just separated and started their own, village, because they just didn't want to be, so they just separated themselves. And people now go there as a tourist. So there are women waking up, but it's very difficult to have laws in place to protect the women. When you don't have those laws in place, it's very hard.
If I want God to get the black African man and the American black man, all men period that abuse women, I just want it to be fixed. I want it to end. Why can't they have an awakening and progress and have some sense? Is it just their evil nature, some of them? I mean, like I said, show the pictures. In Sierra Leone, the girl was 5 years old. He's 26. He raped her. She's paralyzed from the waist down. A 56-year-old raped a 6-year-old. The government, a black man's government, only put his old ass in jail for 1 year for raping that baby girl. And that tells me a hell of a lot on how they view women.
They view women as objects to be used, thrown away. Now, I'm not saying that's everything for all Africa, because you have a lot of families, but in my case, I was born into a very good family and a very progressive family. It could have been just one flip of the coin that I could have been that girl in the countryside, getting married at 11, getting pregnant and having fistula issues.
Yes.
So I'm very blessed, but I know that is not the collective. I know that is not the collective.
So
I'm very blessed.
Do you think that black women from Africa, England, the U.S., swirling with different groups of men, races of men, who are not as cruel in their culture, do you think this is the price the black man has to pay for what he has allowed and does to us globally? And is this the answer for the black woman to advance herself and to ensure her daughters have a better future culturally?
Well, you know what? African women are going to have to think of themselves, put their womanhood first instead of tribe and race and religion. You're going to have to put yourself first, because there are always going to be women who are going to stick with the cultural norm, no matter how much it is to detriment and no matter how much abusive it'll be. As much as you talk about divestment here on your lovely channel, there are always going to be women like Nekisha who are never going to stray from the fray. So black men don't need reparations, because black women have been black men's reparations forever, for centuries. Because no matter what you do, black women still hold them down, even to their detriment. So it takes those individuals. You have to look at yourself as your womanhood, your personal self, and you have to do what's best for your family, even if it hurts people in the family, even if they don't feel good that you're making a mistake. I've known Somali girls that have married. What?
I told her what you said. You want to think of
Okay. So I'm sorry, that's my little boy.
Oh, it's okay.
So, you have to think of your. There are always going to be women who want to marry within the culture, still within the culture is okay, who still have certain tribes in the south where if you have twins in the south of Ethiopia, if you have twins are considered bad luck. So the mother has to choose which one is going to die for the sake of keeping the crops going and good luck in the village.
Oh
There are
my
always going
God.
to be women. Yes, there are always going to be women who are going to keep going with the status quo, no matter if it's to their detriment. So for any black woman, if you care about yourself, if you really care about yourself, you have to look at yourself and your womanhood individually, your femininity, your womanhood, and you have to make the best decisions for your life, because no one is going to live your life for you but you. So don't write a check at 25 that your ass can't cash at 50.
Say that again. You said don't cash a check. What?
I said don't write a check at 25 that your ass cannot cash at 50, like Nekisha.
And there it is. So thank you, Alice B, for calling in. I do have to eat my dinner as it is 11:44 p.m. Okay, so I want you to call back in the future, okay? And thank you for calling.
I surely will, and thank you for having me. And good night, all lovely ladies and gentlemen.
Bye. Okay, I am not taking any more calls. I said she was the last call. So I have had the African women call in who are of Eritrean descent, Ethiopian descent, Nigerian descent. Thank you, Carmen. Nigerian descent, South African descent, Somalian descent, Sudanese descent, now I didn't have the Tanzanian call in, Tanzanian women. Maybe some of you are watching. I'll be waiting for that. I forgot to ask one question regarding Igbos, Nigerian Igbos, and the discussion. Now, y'all, people think when it comes to the Igbos, oh, they're all. Now, this live has hit 5 hours. If you're new, you better catch it from the beginning, because this was lit today. Believe me. So, yeah, she's 100% West African. So, you never know, you know? So, I was hoping maybe she'll see this next time. I cannot wait for Locked Honey Princess, who is Nigerian of the Igbo tribe, to call in. Okay. I did not get into every discussion on the list. I'm going to read something to you from what was emailed to me from 3 African women. I didn't get into the discussion about the polygamy issue. I know that happens in Africa and in many parts of the world, in Asia, the Middle East. I'll share my personal opinion. Some women feel it's toxic. Personally, a lot of African American women, you're in polygamy, but because the men are cheating all over the place, they're making outside babies. The only thing is, it's not an agreed polygamy thing. Okay, it's one thing when you know your man has another wife. It's an agreement, an arrangement. I have my own house. I don't believe in broke men practicing polygamy. You have a lot of American black men who only want to do it so that they can sleep with multiple women, and they will still cheat outside of their marriages, which is still cheating. Okay, it's one thing when it's an agreement that you have these as your wives or whatever you do. But when you still sleep with different women that are not those women, that is still cheating. I know in other countries, hey, some of these men are very well off, like that man. He's a billionaire. He has 6 wives. None of them are complaining. They're all taken care of. I don't have a problem with that. If I were to do it, I don't believe I could live in the same house with all those women. I need my own house. But a lot of women, black women, are sharing their man, whether you want to or not. They're cheating like crazy, and it's a disgrace to make outside babies. That's not your wife. That's hurtful. I don't like that. But it's one thing when it's been made an agreement between you and all the women. You know what it is, so it's not cheating. You all don't have to work. He does. He takes care of you. So I don't believe in broke men practicing polygamy. Now, as far as a rich man, that is different to me because he can afford to take care of all those women. He can take women out of the slums and apartment complexes and give them a better life and those damn children. And you know damn well a lot of women can't always live together. Give her her own house. She sees you, you'll work it out. So no, I'm not against polygamy. And that might shock some people. It's all about what works for you. Some women can't take it. They can't take the thought that their man is in that bed with another woman, even if that is the other wife. Some women just can't do it. Some women can. Some women are ruthless. Like, fuck that. He's taking care of me. Okay. I know about her. We going out to hang out. I know she's the other sister wife. But you bring up another woman outside of this unions that we have, you're cheating still. Okay. So, okay, one woman says, I want multiple husbands. So, again, I showed the billionaire black women in Africa. No, there is not a bunch of them. It's only 3 to 4 of them. Okay? So, I'm going to read 3 things that was written to me. Now, Nora Bell, I didn't see the email and I was rushing to do this live. I will read what I have so far. There will be another part 2 and 3 and 4 in the future. Okay, I'm not saying next week, but believe it, we're going to do this again. And even if I'm not talking about Africa, the African women still call in, okay, to talk about stuff. Okay, so the first thing that was written to me, I will not say their names. It's anonymous. Okay. Hi, Cerebral. I've been following your channel. Thank you for giving us this opportunity to express ourselves. I am South African from the Xhosa tribe. That's the ones that look kind of Asian. My experience with black men is terrible. Any African American woman wanting to come here is delusional. I think you've seen our rape statistics, and those are only the reported cases. If you grow up in the villages, it's a known fact that if you get raped, it will most likely be resolved between you and your family and the rapist family, which is usually resolved with a cow and the rapist walk free. My honor is worth a cow. Relationships between 13-year-old girls and 30-year-old men is very normal here. Girls are sexualized from an early age. There's even something called akatwala, where a young girl is kidnapped with the permission of her parents and forced to marry an older man. Let me repeat that to you. There is something called akatala, ukatwala, sorry y'all, ukatwala, where a young girl is kidnapped with the permission of her parents and forced to marry the older man who was 30 years old and she is 13. Domestic violence is rampant. Men believe that they own us. Most of y'all have said that who have called in. Virginity testing is also a part of some cultures. The Swati king actually, something where a 13-year-old virgin will dance and he will pick a wife. There's even a new show when men tell their wives that want a second one-on-one in a reality show about a polygamous man. They encourage polygamy. If women speak out, they're silenced using violence and rape. Using violence and rape. Our former president is a polygamist who was elected, and he is going through a rape trial. One of his goons said she enjoyed it. I didn't know that a girl could enjoy being held down and screaming while you rape me and violate me. He said that she enjoyed it, and he joked that he was washed of HIV in the shower when he found out his victim was HIV positive. So the former president is going through a rape trial, And one of his goons said that the woman that got raped enjoyed it and joked that he was free of HIV that she had because he took a shower. I'm 20 and I'm currently in the university, but I'm planning on leaving this place as soon as I graduate. I date white men and they're my preference. My culture is sexist as hell. Umakoti, a bride, is expecting to wake up early in the morning around 5 a.m. or earlier and make tea and breakfast for her husband's family. Wow, another woman called in and said this. She cooks and cleans for the entire day with little or no rest, and that's how you prove your worth as a wife. Girls are told to endure anything and everything their husband does, whether he beats her, rapes her, is frowned upon to leave, or God forbid, report him to the police. Bridal price is you have a lot of so-called pro-black men that go in about South Africa and apartheid, saying how cruel the white man is. That letter was from a South African, and you heard the calls today. You Hotep black women, wake the fuck up. Okay. I have this short note. Dear Miss Cerebral, I frequently visit and watch your content and appreciate what you do for American women. Okay. So this is the last letter for now, before I go. Exposing African men. Hi, Cerebral. I'm 22 years old and I'm from England, and I've been watching you for a long time. I'd like to stay anonymous. Thank you for your videos. Even though it was targeted for black American women, it has helped us non-American black women because I will do the best I can to fix the router problem recently. The Wi-Fi. Okay. Okay, she said, all of the women in my family are married to Lebanese men, Arabics, Lebanese. We have a lot of them in my country who love black women and men from other races than the aunties with African men. My non-black uncles are more romantic and show more respect for their wives. Sometimes my mom even says that she wishes she married a white man because they used to always try to hit on her when she first came to England. Secondly, if you think that black American women are mules, wait until you hear what African men are making African women do in England. They make them work and do all the housework. I have even heard some African mothers cooking after coming home from a tired day at work. Even if their husband finishes work first. In a lot of African households, the woman is expected to do a man's job and provide 50%, while the men only provide 50% or anything at all. Me and many of my African friends grew up in households where our mothers were and still are the breadwinners, but the men are still called a man of the house. I'm not sure if you heard this, but there has been a recent spike in African boys becoming gang members and stabbing people or being stabbed. This is because African mothers are practically single mothers, whether they are married or divorced. When they are married, their husbands typically go to Africa for business, aka seeing their secret family, or cheating on their wives. This leaves our mothers to do everything alone. Even when the men are in England, they are not present in their kids' lives. They never pick them up from school, go to school plays, go out as a family. You would think a lot of African women weren't married by the way they always go out alone with their kids. No man even in sight, though they have one. Me and my sister and mom always talk about how white men go out alone with their family and their kids and newborn babies. Now let's get to the divorced mothers. When Africans get divorced, they never make proper schedules for when the kids stay with their dad, even though the mother is left to do everything and gets no child support. Luckily, the British white man's government gives welfare easily, but this is still disgraceful. The dads just see their kids and move back to Africa after getting a divorce. It's like they never see being in their kids' lives as a priority. They even enjoy the time, but don't follow through with the action. I mention marriage and divorce because the main reason Black American women and even Caribbean women over here in England think that African men are better is because they marry you. But marriage means nothing if you're basically a married single mother and a housemaid. Also, the rich African footballers in Europe are top grade coons. None of them are with Black women. I did see the article I'll share later. 67% don't have a Black woman, the African men over there, and the Caribbean Black men. They did say, well, since the Caribbean is mixed, it's not a big deal. It doesn't matter. They still practice colorism and the worshiping of white women. 67%. If they wanted a Black wife, they could find one easily. They have basic Beckys. White British women are known for being the most unattractive women in Europe. Did you hear about the footballer? Okay, his wife took the money. Okay, his white wife took all his money. African men are just like Black American men. The only reason they're with African women is because most non-Black African women do not find them attractive. And I even agree. I don't date men straight from Africa. Most have no financial power. They're from a continent filled with only their own women. Africa has a bad rep which turns off non-African women. I guess they also find it unattractive how they cannot run their countries. Even in my country, the Lebanese women don't want Sierra Leonean men, which is why the pairing is less common than Lebanese men with the Sierra Leonean African women. The Arabic men with the Black women is more common. They even complain about this. If other women actually liked African men, they'd be swirling all over the place because they worship whiteness. Bleaching their bloodline is also something they enjoy doing, and I 100% believe that it is in the African man's blood to do so. In the medieval times, and even in the 1900s, there were African communities in England. Even slaves were in England. Now all of their descendants, Africans, kept marrying out. If you go to northern England, you will meet a lot of white people with African grandparents, but you can't even tell by looking at them, which is why I laugh at pro-blacks that claim Black genes are strong. And when I've seen how quick they disappear within 2 to 3 generations with my own 2 eyes, even in North Africa, the native people were Black. What people don't understand is that in Africa, there are different types of Black. Every Black African has the so-called Congo, Niger, Congo Bantu look. Even in West Africa, there are many tribes that look different or have medium to full features and curly hair. The thought process leads people to deny that North African natives were Black just because they had soft hair and pointy noses and bronze skin. These people allow themselves to turn into a mixed society that North Africa is now. Yeah, I dated a North African. He looked kind of like a stereotypical. Okay. They always use colonization as an excuse, but when the Lebanese people first came to Sierra Leone and other West African countries, they were piss poor. But then they started small businesses, which decades later has led them to being the richest people in Sierra Leone. I repeat, the black African men and black men in America, they always as an excuse from the white race. But the Lebanese were piss poor when they came here. They started businesses, and decades later, they are the richest people in Sierra Leone. Everything nice in the capital city is run by them. What's so funny is that just like the black American men, there was a time when Sierra Leonean men would destroy Lebanese businesses out of jealousy. I've also heard many stories of black American women being used for green cards and being left with anchor babies. It's the same here in the UK with Caribbean women. They don't take any woman seriously, but if she's not African, it's much worse because they don't see non-African women as worthy of being their wives, and they don't see the kids as worthy because the mother is foreign. So the child is treated like an illegitimate child. I also heard of some being abused in their marriages to African men. I honestly wouldn't recommend being with them because their sexism and narcissism is on another level. I am slowly starting to believe the study that say Africans have the lowest IQ out of all the races because only a man with a low IQ would have the inability to build his own nation. Only a man with a low IQ would be so willing to bleach his bloodline and not care about the consequences. Ever since I was young, my mom told me to marry a white man. Now I see why. I am proud of my roots and I love my culture, but I am done with the whole black community. We don't even have Africa as a backup plan because other races are the ones dominating everything. But again, that's perfect for a swirler like me. When you think about it logically, African men shouldn't be an option. They are the lowest of the low and throughout history have been dominated. A man that allows himself to be enslaved, colonized, whitewashed, and poor is undesirable. Again, thank you for your videos, Cerebral, and have a nice day. Damn. She set it off. She set it off. Everybody set it off, but she's setting it off for this ending with this letter. You know, Yusuf Salma, that fine man that I showed y'all love. If I up his video, his picture, gorgeous. He's Lebanese, and she said all the women in her family they married to the Lebanese men, but the Lebanese women don't want the African men though, and that they were poor, piss poor when they came to Sierra Leone. Started businesses, the black African men would destroy their businesses out of jealousy, and now the Lebanese are the richest in Sierra Leone. Every African woman that has called has said it is not the white man and colonization for majority of these problems, and that they were doing it with the colorism too before that. So I think this was epic today. I know this was epic. I had the African sisters from all over the place calling in. Spread the word because I want more of them, and I will be talking to the Caribbean women to call up and the Afro-Latinas. This tea has been spilt today, I must say. You heard it yourself. It couldn't be no one else but the African woman to tell about the African man, because don't nobody know them like they do. Just like don't nobody know the American black. So black women globally are being oppressed, abused, muled, worked to death, vaginas hurt and cut up, brainwashed. You got a few healthy relationships, but they don't have laws to protect them because the black men that run the countries, they don't want to protect them. But yet pro-black women in America swear to God, we need an all-black nation. Don't you see how they love criminal black men? African men run patriarch, as many of them have said. And look how those African women are treated. The lack of laws of protection. You're gonna fucking give him a cow or give my family a cow after this man has held me down and raped the shit out of me? Y'all have a global fucking problem. Mr. Man has said, only God is gonna get you through this. My thing is, a lot of them don't even believe in God. And they twist the stuff for their benefit within their religions. They ain't really a faith. Because if you love God and have God in you, you would never do such things to women and children. That's demonic. That's of the devil, the nature of the devil. Barbaric. It shows a lack of evolution culturally. My last thing to say to the American black women, like the African women said, do not be delusional. Stop thinking it's a utopia. Stop being, get real, okay? We're going to talk about real stuff. Yes, you can visit. I wish Nekisha luck. She came up in here. I blocked her. You want to go with that slave talk after all the calls that came through? Thank you, Lady C. This was damn good. So anybody new, come back in about a half an hour and listen to this whole thing. Bye to all my black sisters globally. And we will be talking about more, because there's a lot more to still air out. I didn't ask everything. It's so much more, and I love these calls, and more will be calling in. So, bye, y'all. I hope you enjoyed this live.